Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk for a Friday, August 18th. It is feeling so good outside. Taking a look from our High 5 camera, Midtown Memphis. Look at that. You got the cloud cover. You got the sun off in the distance. 73 very comfortable degrees. But guess what? It's going to be changing big time. We got meteorologist Patrick Ellis. He's been talking about this for days, that the change is coming, and today it's here. Right, Patrick?
Yeah, think of the oven preheating. That's where we're at right now. Okay.
Okay.
So we're trying to get up to eventually about 475. Right now, we're still about 180 in the grand scheme of things, and the heat's going to be cranking up in a big way across the Mid-South over the next few days. First alert Doppler radar at least is dry. As Andrew was mentioning, we do have a few clouds moving through the skies here this morning. It's actually a weak front that's moving through, as we've been mentioning. No rain showers, just a batch of clouds that will be clearing out here over the next few hours, and more sunshine will be on the way. This is a look over in East Memphis at Mendenhall and Walnut Grove this morning at St. Agnes, and a quiet start to your morning as you're starting off the day. 60s and 70s right now, 73 in Memphis, officially at the airport, 71 in West Memphis, 72 Harrisburg, we're 70 in Clarksdale. Good morning to our friends in Coahoma County, 70 in Dyersburg. Good morning to our friends in Dyer County, and we're in the middle and upper 60s in Northeast Mississippi and West Tennessee. So from here, we'll work our way back up into the upper 80s and low 90s. Again, some morning clouds giving way to more sunshine as we head through the afternoon hours. Lots of stuff going on this upcoming weekend, and of course, you want some great weather to deal with that. Of course, we got Friday football fever happening here this weekend, starting on your Friday evening, obviously, with our game of the week. That's going to be Bartlett and MUS. That's going to be a good game, and I think the weather is going to be fantastic for it as well as we go through this evening as temperatures begin their easing down process. 7 o'clock should be about 84, and then dropping back to the middle 70s by about 9, 10 o'clock tonight. 92, the high temperature tomorrow, mostly sunny. A seasonable day. Keep in mind, it's still August. Seasonable is lower 90s and not the 80s that we saw earlier this week. Mostly sunny, and we get even toastier through Sunday, and it gets even hotter in the extended forecast. 96 to forecast high on Sunday. By way of the morning clouds, the sunshine will come back. Upper 80s to lower 90s. Notice down to the south and west of us, middle 90s in places like Little Rock and Pine Bluff, down towards Arkadelphia and eventually Texarkana. Some of these spots down here approaching 100 degrees today. We get into tonight, a couple of passing clouds possible by early tomorrow morning. 60s early on to start off on your Saturday, and back to the lower 90s, and then some upper 80s sprinkled in out towards the Tennessee River Valley. Near 100 degrees, Fayetteville, Little Rock, and Pine Bluff, and then we go even hotter heading into your Sunday, starting off again upper 60s, more so low 70s in the Mid-South to the middle 90s by the afternoon hours. And notice again, near 100 degrees. All that heat is going to be building in our direction as a ridge of high pressure expands over the area. So something to be cognizant of, because that pushes our numbers to the upper 90s Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and near 100 degrees for actual air temperature by next Thursday. So century mark temperatures on the way, and not only that, triple digit heat indices start on Sunday and continue as we go through the week. It feels like temperatures 110 to 115. Out in the tropics, getting pretty active right now. We've got three different things that we're keeping an eye on in the short term. You've got a high chance of development with this system that's coming off of the Cabo Verde Islands. That's what we call Invest 98L. The transition of that will work its way off towards the west northwest. Not a problem for the U.S. at this point. The one that's in between, in the middle, that has a medium chance of development, that's 99L. That makes its way off towards the north and west over the next couple of days. Again, a medium chance of development. A lower chance of development for the system in the next 5 days as it moves over towards the Caribbean. We'll keep an eye out on this one, because I think that in the extended range, this one may make a run towards the East Coast, but probably not in a sense of a tropical system, or at least in a formed tropical system in the short term. We'll see how it plays out. And there's a little disturbance north of Hispaniola that will work its way towards the western Gulf of Mexico. Now, obviously, when you look at this, you're going to say, oh my gosh, there's something heading into the Gulf of Mexico. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that anything's going to happen. There's a lot of warm water in the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic Basin for that matter. This does have a chance to get a little active once it moves into the western Gulf, but it looks like more so an issue for Texas and southwest Louisiana, which they desperately need the rain anyways. But I wouldn't be surprised, with some heavy downpour potential. Places like Houston that flood very easily. It won't take very much just because of how dry the ground is. It does not want to take the soil won't want to take a lot of water because after a long stretch of dry weather, a lot of times the ground becomes hydrophobic and runs away from water basically. So it doesn't want to absorb the water, it just runs it off immediately. So that's something we'll watch out for as we head towards the end of this weekend and into the early next week. But that will not affect us because guess what? The ridge of high pressure will push it out towards the west, out towards the desert southwest. And for us here in Memphis, we'll probably stay dry in the extended 7-day forecast. So again, not a chance for rain really. And we might catch a front moving through here Friday, Saturday of next week. But in the meantime, it's really the increasing heat and some gradual humidity spikes. It's not to the worst level of humidity that we've ever seen here in the Mid-South. That's good news, and that goes back to the fact that we're just going to be dry. We don't have any shower and storm opportunities in play, so that will help us out in the humidity range. That's why, while it's still plenty hot, you know, we're not talking like 120 feels like temperatures next week with highs in the upper 90s and near 100 degrees, but still, as we dry things out, it's not going to be great for any of the crops that are out there right now. Definitely going to be in irrigation mode here in the next couple of days as we head through the end of this week. We might catch a shower here again by the end of next week, but even with that being said, long stretch of heat on the way across the Mid-South, Andrew.
So, Patrick, this weekend, it's just time to sweat. Are we going to see any major, especially next week, too, we're going to see any major storms? There's nothing other than what you were showing us earlier. Major storms here in the Mid-South?
No, absolutely not. I mean, that's the thing. It's like there's nothing coming down the pipeline. You've got a dome of high pressure that is going to be moving over the mid-Mississippi Valley that really just keeps us dry and quiet for an extended period of time. And really, it becomes the heat becoming the issue. Now, there are other factors in play here that will actually help to boost our temperatures. There's a big old hurricane named Hillary in the eastern Pacific. That storm actually is going to be making its way towards Baja California and Southern California here in the next couple of days. And it could be that storm, if it holds together as a tropical entity, could be the first time that Southern California sees a landfalling tropical system since 1939. But it actually helps to pump the ridge, which makes the ridge of high pressure that brings our hot temperatures even stronger. And that keeps us insulated and keeps us hot, dry, and bright as we head through the next couple of days. So at least in the next 7 days, possibly the next 10 days, we'll probably be in the drier realm of things.
Gotcha. Patrick Ellis, always in the know when it comes to the forecast and hitting it oh so right for the next several days. Even though it's hot, man, you were right on the money that enjoy the fall or the false fall or the fake fall for now, because
whatever you want to call it.
Exactly. It's going to be hot. We appreciate it, man. Have a great weekend.
You too.
All right, so we have 5 former Memphis police officers charged with murdering Tyre Nichols. They're going to have their cases reviewed in court later this morning in just a few hours. Action News 5's Sydney Hawkins gives us an update.
The Shelby County District Attorney's Office says their biggest concern was the credibility of the 5 former officers if they were to serve as witnesses in the cases that have now been dropped, as the former officers have all been discharged from the Memphis Police Department. The DA's office says they reviewed about 100 cases that former officers Tadarius Bean, Justin Smith, Desmond Mills, Demetrius Haley, and Emmett Martin III all worked. The reviews came after the indictment of the 5 former officers in the death of Tyre Nichols. 12 of those cases reportedly had charges lowered. 3 or 4 were sent to the U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee due to use of force allegations, and between 30 to 40 of those cases were dropped completely. Several use of force allegations came pouring into our newsroom after the 5 former officers were identified as those involved in the death of 29-year-old Tyre Nichols. Nichols was pulled over by Memphis police officers on January 7th for alleged reckless driving. Police say he ran from his car after a confrontation, and after another confrontation, he complained of shortness of breath. He was hospitalized later that night, where he later died days later. Surveillance video and investigations later revealed the initial reports from the 5 former officers were fabricated, and the 5 former officers will not be here at 201 Poplar later this morning. The judge presiding over this case has excused them from today's hearing. Andrew, back to you.
Okay, Cindy Hawkins, appreciate that. Don't forget about the Department of Justice's ongoing investigation into MPD. The DOJ says this investigation not based on a certain incident or a certain unit within the Memphis Police Department, but it's received multiple reports of MPD officers using excessive force. They've also identified issues of training, supervision, and accountability within the Memphis Police Department. Of course, we're going to have more coverage, in fact, live coverage from the courtroom today. You can follow the latest developments through the Action News 5 website and through the Action News 5 app. One of the 4 suspects in a smash and grab at a popular Memphis liquor store is in jail. Investigators say Malik Pigram and 3 others broke into the Buster's Liquors on Highland and Poplar around 4:45 yesterday morning. By the way, this is the 3rd smash and grab at Buster's in the last 12 months, and that surveillance video you just saw. It is a mess. The group showed up, according to investigators. They broke the front doors down. They smashed in there, took about $5 grand worth of liquor. Investigators say Pigram ran from the store, was hit by a car while trying to cross Highland, too. All right, back in June, Memphis police said that they arrested 23 people associated with burglaries involved in liquor stores, clothing outlets, cell phone retailers, and of the 15 indicted as a result of what's called the Operation Broken Bottles. Okay, so that means that 12 of those people remain in custody, one on bond as high as $1.1 million. We spoke with a security expert who says more businesses need better ways of protection. Listen.
Conduct your own risk assessment. You don't have to hire an expert like me. You just have to use common sense in evaluating your assets.
And many of these stores say they already are doing more to protect their business. We're told several more suspects in these smash and grabs have been identified and more arrests are expected soon. Let's talk now about a Mississippi judge declaring a mistrial for 2 white men charged in an attack of a black FedEx driver, Brandon and Gregory Case. Both will remain out on bond. They're accused of shooting Demontrio Gibson, a FedEx driver, last year. Mistrial was declared following testimony from a detective who acknowledged under oath the jury was out of the courtroom that he had not previously given prosecutors or defense attorneys a videotaped statement police had taken from Gibson.
It's very frustrating to me, but I'm certain it's frustrating to others. Probably more. They have more invested.
And when it comes to what happens next, the DA's office says it plans to retry the case. No date for that next trial has been set. Members of the Georgia grand jury that indicted former President Donald Trump are facing threats as their names and addresses are exposed online. The assumed addresses were discovered by a nonpartisan research group. Members of the jury have come under attack in the days since that indictment. And former President Donald Trump is overwhelmingly leading in all Republican primary polls. He was in Nashville for a private fundraiser. This is his 2nd visit to the Music City this year since holding another fundraiser at the Republican National Committee retreat there in April. Mr. Trump's lawyers are trying to move the Georgia case to federal court on the grounds that it targets him as a federal official. His former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, has already filed for a move to federal court as well. Action News 5's parent company, Gray Television, is lending a hand through the Salvation Army to assist the people of Maui in their time of need. I want to show you this one more time here. If you want to donate to help those people in Hawaii, you can text the words fire relief to 51555, scan the QR code on your screen, or go to our website, actionnews5.com, for a link to give. Okay, check out the cover of the Memphis Flyer on newsstands right now. You can see how do we fix the MPD. You see it right there. That is the cover of the Memphis Flyer right now. How do we fix the MPD? As the Department of Justice investigates the Memphis Police Department, new approach to public safety are emerging. New approaches there. Let's bring in the author of that article, Chris McCoy from the Memphis Flyer, Memphis Magazine, joining us on the digital desk. Chris, I feel like we had this conversation a couple of months back. What do we do when it comes to the crime in the city of Memphis? So where do we start? Like when you're covering this story, which has so many different tangents, so many different rabbit holes you could go down, how do you begin covering this story?
Wow. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Yeah, it's hard. I did a lot of research going to write this story. I did a lot of interviews as well. I heard from a lot of people in the community after the first one. So yes, you were right. Back in May, I wrote a story called "What's Wrong with the MPD," and that got a lot of good response from people, and also attracted attention from MLK 50, which is another online news organization here in Memphis that was founded by Wendy Thomas back, I think, 2017. But we decided, the Memphis Flyer and MLK 50 decided that we were going to do a series about this in the lead up to the mayoral election, a series about public safety, which is, seems to be emerging as the dominant issue in the election. And with this story, it's the last one. The last story I wanted to point out the problems that have not been spoken about, I feel like, enough. The failures of the Memphis Police Department are a big part of the crime problem that we're experiencing. And so in the last story that was back in May, I reported that the TBI had released their crime report for 2021. And at that point, the Memphis Police Department's clearance rate, which is the ratio of crimes reported to arrests made, was 22%. And in the time between that story and this story, the TBI released their 2022 report. And that clearance rate, the police's clearance rate, has fallen from 22% to 18%. So that means that fewer than 1 in 5 crimes that are reported to the Memphis Police Department result in arrest. And that doesn't even count like guilty or innocent or whatever. There's just no arrest made. And, that's a big problem. That's considerably below the national average. The Nashville Police Department, for example, has a clearance rate of 25%, which is not great, but it's better than 18%. And the police department takes up 39% of our budget, of our city budget, $280+ million a year. And they're just not succeeding at their job. And for a lot of people, this says that we need to take a new approach. We need to at least consider new approaches towards public safety and crime prevention. I spoke with Josh Spickler, for example, from Just City, who is a nonprofit that's devoted to criminal justice reform. And he, one of the things he said was that maybe we should reorganize the entire department. We should have a Department of Public Safety that includes the police and the fire department, and also a lot of other stuff. There's no reason that we should be sending armed people to do wellness checks, for example, or to deal with some of the homeless problems that we have, or people who are clearly mentally ill and need intervention. Literally, while I was writing this story, 2 blocks north of my house, there was another incident where a person was killed by police. Well, we're not entirely sure, because that report is still under investigation. But somebody died. A 19-year-old man died in custody of the police, and his parents said that he was mentally ill. And so this is an ongoing problem. And the Justice Department, the U.S. Department of Justice, has also realized this. They opened an investigation into the standards and practices of the Memphis Police Department last month. And, a lot of people believe that this is going to be an opportunity to have a reckoning, and the fact that the police, that we're still seeing people dying on the street, even while the police department is under federal investigation. I mean, that just shows you how broken the entire situation is. And, as the folks I talked to and the research I did just really indicates that we just need to rethink this the entire issue. And we need creative thinking, and we just need to follow the data and follow what works. And that's not what we're doing right now.
What I do like to see, and I appreciate your article. It gives a lot of different perspectives. You mentioned Josh Spickler, and you mentioned others. I see Justin J. Pearson there, on the upper left, also on the cover, because you're right. It's a very complicated issue. and there's so many different areas you can go. What I do like in this election cycle, Chris, is the fact that mayoral candidates are talking about it. And you know, I would love for whatever next forum is going to happen, for whoever that forum leader is, to press them on details, like what is your plan here? How do we solve this issue? Because I think people are waiting for it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I hope so, because I have good news for you. MLK 50 and the Flyer are doing a series on this, like I said, and one of the things we're doing is we did a poll where we asked people, our readers, to send us the questions that they would want to ask all the mayoral candidates if they had a chance. And we got better than 150 responses altogether. And frankly, I figured that we would get a lot of not good responses and a few gems. But the problem has been we've had so many good questions come in from the readers. And so we're in the process right now of boiling those responses down to about 10 or 12 questions, and we're going to take it to as many of the mayoral candidates as we can. We're going to ask them all the same questions, and then we're going to publish all of their responses in a couple of weeks before the election in late September. And these questions are going to be focused on crime and public safety. You know, we're also trying to think of it like a lot of the people that I spoke with and the research that I did, you know, think of this as a part of a bigger problem. Don't concentrate it on just the crime, because obviously concentrating on just the crime and saying we're going to crack down on and get tough on crime has not worked. Mayor Strickland ran on that for his reelection 4 years ago. He said that's what he was going to do, and it hasn't worked. It's been the opposite of working. So the city needs change. I think a lot of people believe that. And we need to think seriously about how that's going to happen.
Chris McCoy from the Memphis Flyer, Memphis Magazine, writing the cover story of this week's Memphis Flyer. You can pick it up now on newsstands. It is there. It is also on memphisflyer.com. How do we fix the MPD as the Department of Justice investigates the Memphis Police Department? New approaches to public safety are emerging. Anything else before we let you go that you want to mention about the article and your reporting and gathering?
Well, I will say, to end on a bit of a higher note, not to be a complete bummer, the thing that I saw and that I wrote about in this piece that brings me some hope is the approach of violence intervention. And I spoke to 3 different groups in Memphis who are practicing violence intervention. Susan Deathan from Youth Villages, Kay Darrell Cowan from Heal 901, and also Jimmy Johnson, who is a former police officer, 12-year veteran police officer, who now runs the city's group violence intervention program. And there's research that suggests that this approach works. And the stories that I heard from them that also suggest that it's working. And these programs are very young. But what they will do is they have, like, for example, the Heal 901 people are in one specific target area in South Memphis, where they are, when they hear rumblings of a conflict between groups, between the gangs or crews or just families or whatever, they go in there and they try to diffuse the conflict. You know, the example that Mr. Cowan gave us was, you know, they tell people, look, you know, you have kids, you have people that you support. You don't need to be out seeking revenge, trying to shoot people, you know. And since the gun control thing is obviously a big part of this, if we can't control the amount of guns on our street and that people have, then we're going to have to control the way people use them. Control is not the right word. We're going to have to help people make the decision to not use those guns and not be violent. And these approaches have been working. It's still very early, but the results are very promising. And I found it encouraging that the group violence intervention program is city sponsored. They have a $2.1 million budget. So I feel like, the authorities, the powers that be, the police even, are taking this approach seriously. And we need to see more of that kind of creative thinking in the future if we're going to get out of this hole we've dug ourselves into.
It's certainly a big hole and something that needs to be fixed. I think everyone can agree on that. And I enjoy your signs of hope in the article as well. Chris McCoy with the Memphis Flyer, Memphis Magazine. We really appreciate the discussion every time you come on the digital desk. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're ready for high school football, right? We got Friday football fever coming up tomorrow, but here's the thing. Football season, that can be a little bit tricky when it comes to making sure that our athletes that are outside, the boys and girls, high school, that they're safe and safe from injury, not just injury, but also the environment, the temperatures too. Let's bring in Carla Kirkland, nurse practitioner with St. Francis Hospital in Memphis, to talk more about football safety practices and the heat, concussions, and that sort of thing. Carla, good morning to you. I guess the big thing, other than this week, because this week's been amazing in terms of the forecast, but we're going to have heated up temperatures next week and beyond. What's the biggest thing that football players need to do when they're out in the heat? Is it frequent breaks?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Yes, we've been spoiled the last couple of days, but this is Memphis in the summertime, so we still have a lot of hot weather to go. Yes, during this time of year, they need to have been conditioning. They need to have frequent rest breaks and water breaks. Coaches need to evaluate the heat on the field, and TSSAA has policies regarding the heat and the heat index and how many rest breaks they need to have, if they need to cancel practice or have it indoors. But yes, students do need to hydrate more before practice, during practice, and all during the day after practice also.
Can you go over maybe some signs of when things aren't all that great? Signs of heat-related illness, let's just say.
Right. A lot of times when players start getting overheated, they may develop muscle cramps. If they are starting to slow down and cramping up really bad, they need to get into a shaded area, start hydrating a lot. If they start getting to where they're vomiting or getting confused or dizzy, having headaches, that may be more of a heat exhaustion. So they probably need to come out the rest of the practice, get into an air-conditioned area, really start cooling down, hydrating a lot more. The more dangerous sign is if they start becoming confused, maybe pass out, they stop sweating. That's more of a medical emergency, and the coaching team needs to start cooling them down. But call EMS and have them transported to a hospital for more intensive evaluation.
It's interesting, Carla. It's my son played for 5 years in football, and he was out there and the whole 9 yards with the heat and everything. But the stuff that really bothered him was some of the issues when it comes to concussions, because we all know that is a serious issue, and it looks like no matter what level you're competing with and competing in, concussions are getting more and more attention like they should. Can you go over maybe the issue with concussion safety and ways to make sure that if you do in fact suspect you have a concussion, ways to I guess get through it all and get back to a normal feeling?
Right. I think we're learning more and more about the long-term dangers of concussions. And a concussion can be any forceful bump or blow or jolt to the head or neck or body that causes the brain to kind of rattle around in the skull. A player may have symptoms right off. They may have a headache or be confused or unsteady. And if that's the case, they need to come out of the game and be evaluated by a healthcare professional. For sure, if they have any loss of consciousness, they do not need to go back into the game. But some players don't have any symptoms until maybe a few days later. They may start having trouble concentrating or difficulty reading or studying. They may sleep more than usual or have difficulty sleeping. They may have persistent vomiting or nausea or vomiting. If that is the case, they really do not need to return to play until they are evaluated by their healthcare provider or a provider experienced in evaluating concussions. If they do go back into play before their symptoms have resolved and sustain another concussion on top of the first one, that can be very, very serious. And a player who could potentially just be out for a few days or a week or two at the most, if they get a second concussion on top of the first, may be out for the rest of the season. So they need to not try to be tough. They need to not try to play through it all. They need to really remember that safety is first and their health is first. They need to not be persuaded to go back to play in contact sports until they are evaluated and released, have signed authorization to return to play by their provider.
What are the biggest issues that you see from your vantage point when it comes to high school related football? Do you see a lot of heat related, illnesses? Do you see concussions? What do you see when it comes to football in the fall?
Probably more injuries. Maybe not concussions, but the sprains and strains and broken bones. Concussions every now and then. And just to remind you too, a concussion really doesn't show up on an X-ray. If someone is concerned, if they're really having an altered level of consciousness or persistent vomiting, they do need to be evaluated in an emergency room. But concussions do not show up on an X-ray. We can do a CAT scan to make sure that there is not any bleeding in the brain or skull fracture, but those concussions are more of a set of symptoms that are persistent and need to be watched.
Anything else, Carla, that we can touch on before we let you go with regards to this issue?
Probably with concussions, just the main big issue is to not play until the athlete has been thoroughly evaluated, their symptoms have completely resolved, and they have signed authorization from their healthcare provider that they are safe to return to contact sports.
Okay, Carla Kirkland, nurse practitioner, St. Francis Hospital in Memphis. We appreciate your deep dive into football safety and what parents and athletes can do to just kind of prevent any kind of either heat-related or injuries on the football field. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk for a Friday, August 18th. It is feeling so good outside. Taking a look from our High 5 camera, Midtown Memphis. Look at that. You got the cloud cover. You got the sun off in the distance. 73 very comfortable degrees. But guess what? It's going to be changing big time. We got meteorologist Patrick Ellis. He's been talking about this for days, that the change is coming, and today it's here. Right, Patrick?
Yeah, think of the oven preheating. That's where we're at right now. Okay.
Okay.
So we're trying to get up to eventually about 475. Right now, we're still about 180 in the grand scheme of things, and the heat's going to be cranking up in a big way across the Mid-South for the next few days. First alert Doppler radar at least is dry. As Andrew was mentioning, we do have a few clouds moving through the skies here this morning. It's actually a weak front that's moving through, as we've been mentioning. No rain showers, just a batch of clouds that will be clearing out here over the next few hours, and more sunshine will be on the way. This is a look over in East Memphis at Mendenhall and Walnut Grove this morning at St. Agnes, and a quiet start to your morning as you're starting off the day. 60s and 70s. 70s right now. 73 in Memphis, officially at the airport. 71 in West Memphis. 72 Harrisburg. We're 70 in Clarksdale. Good morning to our friends in Coahoma County. 70 in Dyersburg. Good morning to our friends in Dyer County. And we're in the middle and upper 60s in Northeast Mississippi and West Tennessee. So from here, we'll work our way back up into the upper 80s and low 90s. Again, some morning clouds giving way to more sunshine as we head through the afternoon hours. Lots of stuff going on this upcoming weekend. And of course, you want some great weather to deal with that. Of course, we've got Friday football fever happening here this weekend, starting on your Friday evening, obviously, with our game of the week. That's going to be Bartlett and MUS. That's going to be a good game, and I think the weather is going to be fantastic for it as well as we go through this evening as temperatures begin their easing down process. 7 o'clock should be about 84 and then dropping back to the middle 70s by about 9-10 o'clock tonight. 92 the high temperature tomorrow, mostly sunny. A seasonable day. Keep in mind it's still August. Seasonable is lower 90s and not the 80s that we saw earlier this week. Mostly sunny, and we get even toastier through Sunday, and it gets even hotter in the extended forecast. 96 to forecast high on Sunday. By way of the morning clouds, the sunshine will come back. Upper 80s to lower 90s. Notice down to the south and west of us, middle 90s in places like Little Rock and Pine Bluff, down towards Arkadelphia and eventually Texarkana. Some of these spots down here approaching 100 degrees today. And we get into tonight a couple of passing clouds possible by early tomorrow morning. 60s early on to start off on your Saturday, and back to the lower 90s, and then some upper 80s sprinkled in out towards the Tennessee River Valley. Near 100 degrees, Fayetteville, Little Rock, and Pine Bluff, and then we go even hotter heading into your Sunday, starting off again upper 60s, more so low 70s in the mid-south to the middle 90s by the afternoon hours. And notice again, near 100 degrees. All that heat is going to be building in our direction as the ridge of high pressure expands over the area. So something to be cognizant of, because that pushes our numbers to the upper 90s Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and near 100 degrees for actual air temperature by next Thursday. So century mark temperatures on the way. And not only that, triple digit heat indices start on Sunday and continue as we go through the week. It feels like temperatures 110 to 115. Out in the tropics, getting pretty active right now. We've got three different things that we're keeping an eye on in the short term. You've got a high chance of development with this system that's coming off of the Cabo Verde Islands. That's what we call Invest 98L. The transition of that will work its way off towards the west northwest. Not a problem for the U.S. at this point. The one that's in between, in the middle, that has a medium chance of development, that's 99L. That makes its way off towards the north and west over the next couple of days. Again, a medium chance of development. A lower chance of development for the system in the next 5 days as it moves over towards the Caribbean. We'll keep an eye out on this one, because I think that in the extended range, this one may make a run towards the East Coast, but probably not in a sense of a tropical system, or at least in a formed tropical system in the short term. We'll see how it plays out. And there's a little disturbance north of Hispaniola that will work its way towards the western Gulf of Mexico. Now, obviously, when you look at this, you're going to say, oh my gosh, there's something heading into the Gulf of Mexico. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that anything's going to happen. There's a lot of warm water in the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic Basin for that matter. This does have a chance to get a little active once it moves into the western Gulf, but it looks like more so an issue for Texas and southwest Louisiana, which they desperately need the rain anyways. But I wouldn't be surprised, with some heavy downpour potential. A place like Houston that flood very easily. It won't take very much just because of how dry the ground is. It does not want to take. The soil won't want to take a lot of water because after a long stretch of dry weather, a lot of times the ground becomes hydrophobic and runs away from water basically. So it doesn't want to absorb the water, it just runs it off immediately. So that's something we'll watch out for as we head towards the end of this weekend and into the early next week. But that will not affect us, because guess what? The ridge of high pressure will push it out towards the west, out towards the desert southwest. And for us here in Memphis, we'll probably stay dry in the extended 7-day forecast. So again, not a chance for rain really. And we might catch a front moving through here Friday, Saturday of next week. But in the meantime, it's really the increasing heat and some gradual humidity spikes. It's not to the worst level of humidity that we've ever seen here in the Mid-South. That's good news, and that goes back to the fact that we're just going to be dry. We won't have any shower and storm opportunities in play. So that will help us out in the humidity range. That's why, while it's still plenty hot, we're not talking like 120 feels like temperatures next week with highs in the upper 90s and near 100 degrees, but still as we dry things out. It's not going to be great for any of the crops that are out there right now. Definitely going to be in irrigation mode here in the next couple of days as we head through the end of this week. We might catch a shower here again by the end of next week, but even with that being said, long stretch of heat on the way across the Mid-South, Andrew.
So, Patrick, this weekend, it's just time to sweat. Are we going to see any major, especially next week, too, we're going to see any major storms? There's nothing other than what you were showing us earlier. Major storms here in the Mid-South?
No, absolutely not. I mean, that's the thing. It's like there's nothing coming down the pipeline. You've got a dome of high pressure that is going to be moving over the mid-Mississippi Valley that really just keeps us dry and quiet for an extended period of time. And really, it becomes the heat becoming the issue. Now, there are other factors in play here that will actually help to boost our temperatures. There's a big old hurricane named Hillary in the eastern Pacific. That storm actually is going to be making its way towards Baja California and Southern California here in the next couple of days. And it could be that storm, if it holds together as a tropical entity, could be the first time that Southern California sees a landfalling tropical system since 1939. But it actually helps to pump the ridge, which makes the ridge of high pressure that brings our hot temperatures even stronger. And that keeps us insulated and keeps us hot, dry, and bright as we head through the next couple of days. So at least in the next 7 days, possibly the next 10 days, will probably be in the drier realm of things.
Gotcha. Patrick Ellis, always in the know when it comes to the forecast and hitting it oh so right for the next several days. Even though it's hot, man, you were right on the money that enjoy the fall or the false fall or the fake fall for now, because
you want to call it.
Exactly. It's going to be hot. We appreciate it, man. Have a great weekend.
Amanda Hansen here in the Action News 5 digital desk. We want to talk about a program that's really doing great things, an organization that's doing great things in the city of Memphis. We're talking about Families Matter. We recently highlighted them in their Affirm program, which stands for A Father's Involvement Really Matters. But they do several things. They have partnerships with schools and hospitals in the area. And so we're going to be highlighting them today to talk more about it. And joining us here on the digital desk is Carol Jackson. She is the executive director at Families Matter. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing really good, and I think that y'all are doing such great things in the city of Memphis. As I mentioned, the Affirm program, really incredible. And so let's just, for people that maybe aren't familiar with Families Matter, talk about the organization and the mission.
Well, Families Matter is an organization that we are actually we're a nonprofit, faith-based organization working here in the city of Memphis, the county of Shelby, all of Shelby County, and surrounding areas, teaching youth and adults, families, healthy relationship skills. Our mission is to strengthen families, change lives, and transform Memphis. And we know that education is one way that we can do that. Our major purpose is to work within schools, within churches, with our collaborative partners in order to make Memphis a wonderful place to live. And that's what we're endeavoring to do in all of our programs.
And obviously it's back to school season, kids heading back to the classroom. And I know one of your organizations focuses on young men. Can you tell us more about that program and what it's all about?
Yes. I'd love to. That's the 12 Principles of Manhood, where we're in elementary schools, we're in high schools. We're actually working with some of those collaborative partners teaching that as well, where the men, first of all, I need to just tell you that we believe in men teaching men. And so I believe Frederick Douglass and Troy Cathy made a statement that it's better to build boys than to repair men. And so what we're doing with the 12 Principles of Manhood is helping young men understand character building. It's all about them building character. And, within our program, men teach boys and men so that they begin to see a positive male role model in their lives. We believe that that is so very important. And so the 12 Principles of Manhood, I have to read it because I don't teach those programs, but it's today I will stand and be a man. What you have on the camera right now is one of those sessions. Today, I will stand before my Creator and give thanks for the I am respectfully and wonderfully made. And then there's another principle that talks about how today I will treat women with respect because my mother is a woman. And then it goes on to say, today I will confront my mistakes, admit my mistakes, and learn from my mistakes so that I do not make that mistake again. So these principles are created. There's 12 of them, and they're created so that the person will learn them. First of all, learn it, be able to recite it. And then they will learn a practical way of using it. And then they will learn how to actually apply it to their everyday lives. So it's like a third part to each principle that the young boys and the men are taught so that they can move forward in their lives in a very positive manner.
And really, you mentioned this, but just talking about the father's role in a young man's life, maybe can you share a little bit about the impacts of those who maybe don't have their dad in their life and present, and what that can do for a child?
Well, you know, I actually believe that part of the crime that we experience here in Memphis and around the country has to do with the absence of fathers being in their children's lives. Fathers play an important role as far as guidance is concerned. And so when that is not there, so many times what we see, it appears to be anger, because when a child goes up against an adult or something happens and they lash out, that looks like anger. But in so many instances, what's coming forth is hurt that's disguised as anger. And so men, boys, girls, families, they need that they need that man, they need that protection, they need that guide. They need that financial support that men are supposed to give to their children and to their families. Remember, we're faith-based, and I'm unapologetic about that. We're faith-based, and we believe that there was a rule that was given in a book that was created years and years and centuries ago called the Bible. And when we deviate from the Word of God, then we open ourselves up to some of the things that we're getting today. And so our programs are they're biblically based on principles that we receive from the Bible. We don't go in with the Bible talking about that and doing all that. However, it is very much a part of what we're doing and how we do what we do.
And really, it makes a lot of sense what you were talking about. And one thing that stood out to me was even saying the father's role being the protector. And when they're not there, these young men feel like that they need to be the ones stepping up, protecting the family, and helping to be there and provide. And that's tough on a kid.
It's very tough. In fact, my husband was in a class, I believe it was at Robert R. Church Elementary School, and one of the little boys said to him, fifth grader, said to him, I'm the one that protects my family. How does a fifth grader, maybe a 9, 10, maybe 11-year-old young man, young boy, because you're a boy at that point, how does a boy come to the conclusion that at that young age, he has to be the one that protects his family? You know, there's a pattern, and the pattern is you become a boy, then you go into a man, then you become a husband, and then you become a father. So when we get out of that pattern, we've actually gotten into things that cause some of the issues that we currently see on the streets of Memphis and around the country. So there is a pattern that we need to follow, and Families Matters' goal is to help fathers, help them understand their role within the family structure and how they can really impact the lives of their children, be they girls or boys, and the mothers that they fathered these children by.
And, you know, I love the Affirm program. I think that is a great thing that y'all have and that y'all are doing. And, of course, for those, if you were just joining in, it stands for A Father's Involvement Really Matters. So let's kind of talk the flip side. What are some of the positive impacts that happens when there is that father that's present, that's there, that can be the one providing guidance, protection? Talk about that.
Well, when a father is involved in their children's life, and when we're talking about those positive male role models that understand, first of all, that each child is different. So you cannot have a cookie cutter idea of how to raise a child because each child is different. So we need to know our children. So it can reduce the stress that children go into. And so many times I was raised my dad died when I was 7. So basically my teenage years, it was my mom and I, but I had uncles that stepped in. I had cousins that stepped in to provide some of that protection. So it reduces some of the stress that children that they have when there's not a positive male role model in the home. What it also does is with so many of our students, it increases their grade level. It increases their grade average in school. So they do better in school. It is a statistical fact that children that grow up in the home with a father there, they feel more protected. And not only that, but they earn more income as they go out into the world. Why? Because they see a person in so many cases that is productive in some field of employment. Another thing that it does is for young women, it decreases the number of not only young women, but young men, but those that get involved in sexual activities at a young age. So there's so many different things that happen when a positive male role model is in their child's life. And one of the things that we're talking about with Affirm, a father's involvement really matters, is helping those fathers not only understand their role, but also trying to get those fathers to go back into the lives of the women that they have fathered children with and do a co-parenting agreement so that both the mother and the father have come to a conclusion on different things that they want, different goals that they want to set for their children. I believe it is a groundbreaking, revolutionary program, and we are thrilled about being able to do this program in Memphis and Shelby County.
And I know that y'all collaborate with schools, churches, hospitals. Can you talk about those partnerships?
Yes, most definitely. We have some great partnerships with schools, with churches. Of course, you know, everyone is still reeling from COVID, and so we're trying to reestablish a lot of the relationships within Shelby County schools, and that will happen. We have a relationship with Advanced Memphis. We have a relationship with the Women's Foundation. We have a relationship with Agape Child and Family Services. So there's a lot of relationships that we're building. The different employment agencies, barbershops. We are going into the highways and hedges and literally compelling people to understand what we're doing and asking them to support us in whatever way they can so that we get fathers and men into some of these sessions and also help them with jobs if that's what they need, and help them do those things that they need to do to help themselves grow better. So because so many times when children see you doing better, then they want to emulate what you're doing. So if we can help those fathers, help those moms, then it helps the children. We also have a wonderful collaboration with juvenile court. And so we're trying to work in every segment of Shelby County to make sure we have the right type of collaborations so that we can touch the parents that need to be touched with this program.
And just listening to you talk, I hear your passion, and this is something that obviously is really deep for you to be able to do this. Can you talk about, I don't know if you mentioned this, but when did Families Matter get started? And then what was it? How did you know that this was your calling?
Oh, that's a great question. And thank you for leading me there. First of all, Families Matter was started back in 2004, and my husband and I at that point lived in Denver, Colorado. He had a passion to work with his brother, so he wanted to come to Memphis to do that. And he's a business person, so he was going to work with his brother in church. Well, that mere thought just broke my heart because I left children and grandchildren in Denver, Colorado. So I began to really seek God for the truth. I just wanted to know, if you would allow my heart to be broken to this point, why? And so I began to just seek him. And I found Families Matter just through going to meetings with my brother-in-law. And when I found it, it made sense to me. But at that point, it was a marriage strengthening organization. And I love marriage and I wanted to work in marriage strengthening, but I was in a class and I heard a father say, you know, this is my girlfriend's having a baby and I'll probably have another one with my next girlfriend. And I thought, something's wrong with that. There's something really wrong with that thought pattern. And so I came back and I said to my husband, we have to go deeper with fatherhood. And I believe the reason is because I was a child of a 15-year-old mother. And I still do not know the exact, I don't know my father. And so there's things that I know, pain that I had, that I know that children experience when there is that void and it can't be filled. And so I want to help children. I want to help fathers to understand, first of all, their value for themselves, and then their value for their children and for their families. And my passion is just because of what I understand that children go through when there's not the right type of guidance to just lead you down the path where you should go. Now, it's not to say you're not going to make some mistakes, you're not going to deviate from that path to some degree, but at least when it's there, you can return to it when you become mature enough to understand that the information that you've been taught is great information and it should be followed. So my passion comes from, first of all, my background. And then the mere fact that my husband and I have 6 children, and I recognize without a shadow of a doubt that they would be on a totally different path if we had not been able to keep it together and do our work within our family together, building healthy relationship skills with our children, with their teachers, with people around them, and helping them understand who they are and the importance of who they are.
And we see you putting that passion into play with all the work you're doing. If we have a viewer that's watching right now, maybe looking for some support and some of the services that y'all offer, what do they need to do?
What we ask them to do, first of all, is contact Families Matter. And you can do that a couple of ways. You can do that by calling our number, which is 901-260-8520. And you can also follow us on social media. So we are here to serve. I believe that we all of the people that we have brought on with us are as passionate in some cases as I am, as far as making sure that this work is done and that we do it with excellence. So I thank you for this opportunity, and families do matter. That's the groundbreaking rule for what I'm all about, is the mere fact that families do matter.
And if there's people right now that are watching that say, you know what, I feel called to help, how can the public get involved?
I want them to call me, because when we're talking about getting involved, I need them to understand the importance of being involved. You know, when we go into the schools and when a teacher or administrator, principal, whoever it is, invite us in, especially to do 12 Principles of Manhood, that involvement is a school year involvement, because from the time they invite us into the school, when we start teaching the 12 Principles of Manhood, we want those 2 individuals that are assigned to a particular school to be with those students the entire school year. So we go in sometime in September, because school the teachers have to get themselves together. at the beginning of school. So when they invite us in September, October, then we're with those students from October until school ends in May. And we want the same 2 individuals to be in that particular classroom. So in order to be involved, I would love for them to contact me. And my cell phone number again is 901-351-1124.
Well, Carol, this has just been such a great interview, and I can see your passion, and so I'm so glad that you're putting it to use the way you are. And of course, good luck as you continue into this new school year, and feel free to come back on the digital desk anytime.
I would love to come back on the digital desk. And I want to say one more thing. We're having another graduation coming up on August 17th for the Affirm program. And at this graduation, I believe there's about 11 people that will be graduating or receiving some type of milestone payment for the accomplishments that they've had within the last 8 weeks. So please join us on that date.
Well, Carol Jackson, Executive Director for Families Matters, thank you so much, and you have a great one.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as the Action News 5 digital properties and Action News 5 5.5 Action News Plus. Here's a look at what to expect as you go through the remainder of this Friday. Lots of sunshine. Once we get past some morning clouds as a frontal boundary makes its way through the area, that's going to usher in a little bit of drier air from the north and east. Morning 70s will still manage, though, upper 80s to near 90 degrees, but the heat cranks up here in the next few days. 92 the forecast high on your Saturday, mostly sunny. Keep in mind, that's where we should be for this time of the year, not the lower 80s like we saw earlier this week. Back to the middle 90s by Sunday, and of course the heat and humidity likely cranking up in a big way over the next few days. Let's get you through the weekend, not looking terribly bad. For today, again, upper 80s and low 90s expected, lots of sunshine after some morning cloudiness. Keep in mind, we also have Friday football fever. That kicks off tonight, our game of the week, Bartlett and MUS. Looks like the weather should hold out. Looking great for that. Temperatures will ease down through the middle 80s at kickoff, down to the middle 70s by the end of the game. We'll bottom out in the 60s to start off early on your Saturday morning under a mostly clear sky. We'll keep the warming trend going, lower 90s in most locations for your Saturday. Look out to the west, near 100 degrees along from Little Rock down to Pine Bluff at 101 down there in Pine Bluff. From the morning 60s and 70s on your Sunday. Look at the sunshine pushing the numbers up into the middle 90s, and look at 100 degrees across much of the state of Arkansas. And of course, for us, the heat continues to crank up here in the next few days. The middle 90s on Sunday will operate more like about 106, but you get towards early next week, heat advisory to excessive heat warning criteria in play, as highs getting upper 90s to close to 100 degrees as we head towards Wednesday and Thursday, with feels like temperatures 110 to 115. Let's take you out to the tropics as well, because not only are we having to deal with the heat, but we're also looking out at the heating up of the tropics as we are approaching the statistical peak of the tropical season in the Atlantic. Usually that's about September 10th. So the last 2 weeks of August going into the month of September and early October, it tends to be the major peak of the tropical season in the Atlantic. We have 2 waves that we're keeping an eye on, Invest 98L and 99L. The 198L has a higher chance of development here in the next couple of days. In the next 5 days, we expect the development chances to continue. Same thing for the middle one. There's another disturbance that's making its way over towards the Leeward and Windward Islands. That has a lower chance of development, but of course all eyes go to what you see heading towards the Gulf of Mexico. Little disturbance that is north of Hispaniola will work its way across the Florida Straits into the Gulf of Mexico, and it does have a chance for developments, a low chance, but at any rate, it's likely to bring some moisture to portions of Texas and southwest Louisiana that desperately need some rainfall. Does that have some bearing on our forecast here in the Mid-South? More than likely not, as we will stay underneath the dome of high pressure that will keep the weather very quiet here in the next couple of days. For that very reason, we will stay dry here between now and all the way through next week, and that will eventually dry out the soil, which then in turn will dry out the air. Then in turn, heats us up more efficiently with more sunshine on the way. Mostly to partly sunny skies next week will push the temperatures up into the upper 90s to close to 100 degrees. I think we will approach 100 probably as early as Wednesday, likely Thursday, Friday, and then a front will approach the region by the upcoming weekend. That could bring in a chance for a couple of showers and storms, but the chances look to be generally pretty slim. In the meantime, we'll be close to normal today and tomorrow before the heat really cranks up through the end of the weekend and the start of next week.
Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. The 5 former Memphis police officers charged with murdering Tyre Nichols will have their cases reviewed in court today. We have Action News 5 Cindy Hawkins live outside the Shelby County Courthouse downtown this morning with what's expected to happen in court. Cindy, good morning.
Martin Luther King.
Hey, good morning to you, Andrew. The Shelby County District Attorney's Office say the 5 former officers will not be here at 201 Poplar this morning. The judge presiding over this case has excused them from today's hearing. Shelby County prosecutors are now tasked with convincing the judge to try all officers together, as there have been several motions filed to have separate trials. We're also learning about dozens of cases that the Shelby County District Attorney's Office has dropped due to questioning the credibility of the 5 former officers if they were to have to testify as witnesses in those cases. The DA's office says they reviewed about 100 cases that former officers Tadarius Bean, Justin Smith, Desmond Mills, Demetrius Haley, and Emmett Martin III all worked. The reviews came after the indictment of those 5 former officers after the death of Tyre Nichols. 12 of those cases reportedly had charges lowered. 3 or 4 were sent to the U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee due to use of force allegations. And about 30 to 40 cases were dropped completely. Andrew?
You know, it's interesting that you say this, Cindy Hawkins, because it's something that you know, people had kind of forgotten. You know, that all these cases involve these 5 former officers, but it's something that people kind of are nodding their heads in agreement, saying, yeah, these cases wouldn't hold up in court. They're not expected to be there today, so I'm assuming that things will go pretty quickly, right?
Pretty quickly, pretty typical court case or court hearing here at 201 Poplar. The Shelby County District Attorney's Office actually tells us that the case is planning to be reset. What's expected to happen today is a judge will hear the motions for those attorneys that are trying to have separate trials for these 5 former officers. The DA's office tell us they will oppose that motion. They are wanting these 5 former officers to be tried together, one trial for all 5 of them. So again, it will be reset. They tell us they have about 10 days to put together documents to present to the judge presiding over this case. The prosecutors tell me this so that they can convince him to try all 5 officers all at once.
All right, Cindy Hawkins, appreciate your report. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. All right, let's move on now. New safety plan to help crack down on crime in downtown Memphis. We've seen the issues with the crime. We've seen the gunshots and the large crowds late at night into the early morning hours, and it's not a good look at all for the entertainment district. It's something that is certainly on the minds of many people that have come to Memphis and people that are running for mayor in Memphis. So there has been a plan released by the Memphis Police Department that's is the most restrictive traffic control plan for downtown in recent memory. Joyce Peterson has detailed.
Midnight twerking in the middle of Union Avenue. Huge crowds gathering on 4th Street to watch drivers do donuts. Smoke rising from cars performing burnouts near Peabody Place. The streets of downtown Memphis have grown increasingly lawless the last 2 months. And then last weekend, a Memphis police officer got pummeled trying to break up a crowd. 2 hours later, 8 people were shot, and a tourist hotel window in the Hampton Inn took a bullet. The city's top leader, unaware, MPD changed the way it protected downtown.
Well, unbeknownst to me, 30 to 60 days ago, that plan was changed because some owners of bars on Beale Street asked that it be changed.
Thursday, MPD released a new traffic control plan for the downtown entertainment district. Take a look at the map. Traffic will flow both ways along Union Avenue and MLK, but most cross streets, notice, will be blocked by barricades to establish what MPD calls a pedestrian-friendly corridor on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights. A no cruising zone ordinance will be enforced, and MPD says no pop-up street parties like this one will be allowed. Candidates vying for Memphis mayor weighed in. Sheriff Floyd Bonner says the sheriff's office will assist MPD, but this is just a Band-Aid in a crisis. As mayor, I will immediately deploy more officers to all hotspots for crime. It's time we show some backbone when it comes to public safety. School board member Michelle McKissick said the plan is a step in the right direction. Memphians deserve to feel safe. At a mayoral debate tonight, House Minority Leader Karen Camper said,
"We have a lot of tactical, reactive policing that we're doing, but we have to be thinking long term."
And former NAACP president and Shelby County Commissioner Van Turner said,
"People don't live downtown necessarily that's committing all the crime, but people are coming to downtown. So we have to address where they're coming from. So we have to invest in our neighborhoods and our communities to truly address crime in this community."
All right, that's our Joyce Peterson reporting there. Mayoral candidate, Downtown Memphis Commission President Paul Young agreed downtown was out of control last weekend. He said it's a constant effort to ensure that we are keeping our eyes on the strategies and how they're going to change the game. The traffic control barricades go up downtown later tonight at 8 o'clock. Well, unfortunately, this is the same story we are hearing over and over again. Buster's Liquors, once again, the victim of a smash and grab. This is the third time in the last 12 months. New surveillance video here. It shows in the early morning hours, about 4 o'clock, a black pickup truck rammed into the storefront. Multiple people running inside and stealing all kinds of liquor. Sean Aarons with the Storefront Security Council says the stores with easily transportable products like cell phones, games, and liquor are high targets for these types of crimes, and it's out of control.
It's organized crime. There's things that you can do, like labeling the things that are being stolen so that law enforcement can validate that this was a piece of stolen property, right? And further their investigation to stopping organized crime. Because at the end of the day, these individuals are committing the act. That's the low-hanging fruit, right? That's the nuisance, if you will. We need to get to the root of the people that are calling out these individuals for these orders.
No question about it. Now, he suggests store owners consider installing bollards to their storefronts. You can look that up online to see what a bollard is. Also, build a strong relationship with law enforcement to have a better understanding of what's occurring in your community. Many of those store owners are already doing that. Invest in high-quality security cameras. As you saw, that security camera, high quality. Again, store owners are doing that as well. Consider taking steps now to catch the suspects later in this investigation. And according to police, they in fact are doing that, and they anticipate more arrests. In fact, they've arrested one of them, and they expect more arrests to come. All right, moving on in the state of Arkansas this morning, a statewide manhunt underway for this man. That is 29-year-old Tyler Watkins. He is a convicted rapist, and he has skipped out on trial. So Watkins has been on the run since Wednesday after he cut off of his ankle bracelet monitor and escaped house arrest. He was arrested back in September of last year, accused of raping a juvenile family member. On the second day of his trial, authorities say Watkins skipped out on a court appearance. The jury proceeded without him. They found him guilty yesterday. They sentenced him to life in prison. If you can find Tyler Watkins, let me throw his picture up one more time here. Tyler Watkins, if you know where he is, please contact your law enforcement right away. He is considered armed and dangerous. Okay, a longtime food writer for the Daily Memphian, and she is a longtime food writer for Memphis and the Mid-South. Jennifer Biggs is a name that everyone around Memphis, if you've been here for a significant amount of time, knows the name. She was one of the first staff members hired by the company when they started Daily Memphian. She's also worked for other outlets over the years. Action News 5's Victoria Poirier spoke with her daughter, who says her mother loved three things: writing, food, and her family. She died from cancer this week.
A mother, a journalist, and a foodie. Jennifer Biggs found love, joy, and peace in her everyday work.
My mom worked so hard when I was little. I remember how hard she worked.
Jennifer's editor at the Daily Memphian says Jennifer was a bright light in the newsroom and in life. She was always funny, always curious, and always honest. And those traits made her such a gifted storyteller. I'm absolutely gutted. Her daughter says one thing Biggs loved more than anything was being a grandmother, a cherished memory she is glad her children have.
They got some of it, that she got that from them, and that she was able to give that love and joy and those memories to them as well.
As a native Memphian, the one thing Jennifer wanted to do the most was make Memphis a better place. She tried to do that through the art of writing for over 30 years.
She wants it to succeed and be the best it can, and I think that's part of what she's always been trying to do.
Always finding joy in situations, no matter what was going on around her. Jennifer truly had the city and the community of Memphis at heart.
But I think she helped put Memphis on the map when it came to food, because she found the food. I mean, she found the places that you would never think of walking into.
Jennifer announced her stage 4 colon cancer diagnosis about 8 weeks ago. After spending time in Mexico with her family, she received the call that ultimately changed her life. Unfortunately, the cancer had also spread to her lungs.
For most of this journey, she was determined that she was going to be a survivor of this.
In Memphis, Victoria Poirier, Action News 5.
Rest in peace there, Jennifer Biggs. Funeral arrangements have not been set at this time. Okay, switching gears here, let's talk about high school football. It is finally back. You know, we've been dealing with for weeks now just the lull in sports in general, and being a huge sports fan, not having any sports is driving me nuts. So now that high school football season is about to be underway, and then we have college football season and then the NFL, it's going to be a great time to be in Memphis and the Mid-South. As I mentioned, high school football season officially kicks off in Memphis and Shelby County this week. Friday Football Fever, presented by Jax, kicks off too. This week's big game of the week, Bartlett versus MUS.
Well, we know they're very talented physically, and we know that Coach Smith is a good coach. So, and we know that everybody else expects them to be very good because they're ranked first or second in Memphis, and I think they're ranked in the top 20 in the state.
You know, he's won over 200 football games, the head football coach. He's a legend in Memphis. They're extremely well coached. They're not going to beat themselves. And, you know, they've been a legendary program here in Memphis for a long time.
All right, well, Chris Smith is in his first year at Bartlett. He's hoping to have the same success he had when he was coaching at Germantown just a few short years ago. All right, it's time to talk about...
Well, we know they're very talented physically.
Let's get back to this here. So we know that football season is about to kick off, and we know that that's going to be a blast, but whether it's high school football, college football, or professional football. But we can't, in the town where you have the Memphis Grizzlies, we can't ignore the Grizzlies season and some of the Grizzlies games that were recently made public. Here, let me move this up. And so I just want to show you what we have for the Grizzlies here. As I can move this over, we can see the Grizzlies schedule was released today. They opened the season against the Pelicans October 25th at FedEx Forum. Love that. 2 days later, the defending champs Denver Nuggets, they come to town. And then November 14th, the Grizzlies head to LA to face LeBron and the Lakers. November 22nd, Dillon Brooks for the first time. They go and play at Houston to see Dillon Brooks. On Friday, November 24th, you can see the Suns there. They will go and face the Suns at FedEx Forum with Kevin Durant. December 15th, Dillon Brooks will make his first appearance in Memphis since taking the contract with the Houston Rockets. And then we have, that was December 15th. December 19th at the Pelicans there. And that is Ja Morant's game to come back after serving 25-game suspension. So that is in New Orleans. And then we have the Warriors in town for the MLK game. That's on January 15th. And then the Lakers' first appearance in Memphis. That is at FedEx Forum, March 27th. So very exciting indeed. All right, now let's talk about five-star story, okay? Have you been to Pete and Sam's? If you have, when was the last time you went? You might want to check it out once again because they're celebrating 75 years in business. And anytime you have a business that's been in and serving folks for any amount of time, like 75 years, it's a true testament to what they produce. And the food at Pete and Sam's is fantastic. That's why Kim Clark is doing a five-star story on Pete and Sam's.
We've been making barbecue pizza for probably close to 70 years now.
And that's almost as long as co-owner Sam Bomarito's family has been filling Memphians' tummies with traditional Italian cuisine. Sam and Michael Bomarito's father, Sam, opened Pete and Sam's 75 years ago after a stint in the Army Air Corps.
In 1948, my father, unemployed at the time, was trying to find something to do. He teamed up with my cousin, Pete Romeo, opened up a restaurant.
But according to the Bomarito brothers, Pete Romeo got out of the business after only 6 months.
Pete Romeo came from Chicago. He's like, Sam, this town is dead. I can't handle it. Going back to Chicago, got his $2,000 or $3,000 investment back. Pete went back.
The Pete and Sam sign, however, remained.
Sam kept it going. Didn't have the money to change the sign, so it stayed Pete and Sam.
The first restaurant was near the airport and grew from there, moving into the current location on Park Avenue in 1960, a true family business.
We grew up kind of restaurant rats. We ran around quite a bit in the restaurant, whether it was out front in the dishwasher area or getting in the way in the kitchen or taking money out front in the old days with the cash register. You got a front counter up there. I used to sleep under that thing. He would be here 2, 3 in the morning. I'd be 8, 9 years old.
The brothers also learned not only how to run a restaurant, but also how to make it successful.
It goes back to quality and consistency. That was one of my dad's always mottos, that consistency is a habit. He developed a relationship with his customers. They would have families. Their kids would come in. They would have families. They'd bring their kids in, so it built up from that.
Some of those relationships included famous diners, like Elvis, who was a regular.
My uncle would go to Graceland. He'd play racquetball with Elvis.
In addition to Italian recipes passed down from generation to generation like spaghetti, lasagna, Italian spinach, and more.
We make our own ravioli in-house. We have a machine that we bought about close to 40 years ago.
Pete and Sam's menu also includes a variety of traditional American favorites like seafood, steaks, even fried chicken.
Jerry Lawler loves our fried chicken. He'll vouch for it.
The brothers have added newer, more modern items to the menu, but they say some things will never change.
Our menu from today is pretty much the same menu from the 50s. So it's not broke. We're not going to fix it.
Take one of Pete and Sam's more famous menu items, the barbecue pizza.
We smoke all of our barbecue in-house for about 12 hours. We put it on at night before we leave and let it cook until 10 or 12 o'clock the next day.
The Memphis favorite has also been featured on the Food Network's Food Paradise and The Best Thing I Ever Ate. And I can attest, it's delightful.
Oh my God.
The brothers Bomarito also take pride in making sure everything is freshly made in their kitchen, from rolling their own meatballs to making their own sauces.
Very prideful of it. My father started this a long time ago. He loved it. I worked with him. I had the privilege of working with him. I saw the love that he put into this place, and that's what we're trying to continue on. We all love the restaurant business. My brother's in it, and we have a lot of families still working here, and we enjoy it. We have a long-standing relationship with a lot of families and multi-generations. We have several families that have 4 generations that have been dining with us.
Pete and Sam's, a family tradition that makes us proud to see and eat.
I'm just really proud of what we have here, and I just want to keep doing it, do it every day.
Kim Clark, Action News 5.
At the intersection
Okay,
of Rains
a
and
Westwood
Doubletree,
artist.
You'll find
A Westwood artist is beautifying the 901 now, one mural at a time. Taylor Tucker spoke to this artist who says his artwork goes beyond the paint. Check it out.
at the intersection of Rains and Doubletree, you'll find a large and cheerful mural depicting the heritage of Westwood.
The pride that I take in doing my work is I can tell stories that people don't necessarily see when they come through some of these communities and they drive by. They don't kind of know the history of some of these places they're going through, and sometimes I'm able to show them.
Tony Hawkins is an urban storyteller. Dedicating his life to art, the Westwood artist uses his artistic talent to tell stories and messages.
Showcasing excitement, showcasing a rich history, and it's about being prideful.
This mural is the story of the Westwood Marching Band, a staple in the community.
They were going to some places that you just didn't see people from your neighborhood, at. And I can't tell you how many people have stopped their car and like, man, I was in this band. Is that me? I'll just tell everybody, yeah, that's you, that's you.
In fact, when I stopped by, one resident couldn't hold back his praise.
Love this mural, respect this mural, and please don't sabotage it with a lot of whole scribble, hibble. Nobody want to see that. Look at this talent.
The Westwood mural is one of many pieces Hawkins has around the city. But as a Westwood native, he says putting artwork into his community serves an even greater purpose.
It's about a message. It's about telling a message. It's about showing an emotion. And it's about having that reinforcement so that when young people come and they see me as a young black person that's out here doing this work, this is my full-time job, it's a company, they see that and it's a positive image. I want them to get messages when they see this artwork.
In Memphis, Taylor Tucker, Action News 5.
Okay, so let's talk about Tipton County for a second. And a former Covington police officer is suing the city there, claiming racial discrimination. DeAndre McBee says he was treated differently. Action News 5's Tavares Haywood has details.
When I first got here, it was a great department to work for.
DeAndre McBee says things changed once current police chief Donna Turner was hired back in March of last year. McBee says he's been written up for things like insubordination, unsatisfactory performance, and misrepresentation, all of which he says is untrue.
It's not a good environment to work in where we can't be vocal or trusted to do our job in the best manner that we can without being fearful of being retaliated against by the chief.
McBee says he was accused of sleeping on the job and served a 2-day suspension without pay and a shift change. But he says a white officer who was accused of the same thing got a 2-day suspension without pay, but not a shift change.
I'm seeing myself being more so targeted than other officers directly from the chief. I'm the first officer, period, to be written up by the chief herself.
City documents from now fired Human Resource Director Ebony Eden shows that the city's HR department conducted its own investigation into McBee's claim. The document shows officers who were interviewed by HR reported that Covington Police Chief Donna Turner used McBee's name a lot in command meetings in what they called a negative and targeting manner. Attorneys representing the city of Covington released a statement saying in part, quote, "The city takes all allegations of racial disparity and unfair treatment seriously, fairly, and impartially investigates such allegations and appropriately addresses those claims if they arise." After a thorough internal evaluation of the claims made by Mr. McBee, the city determined the claims were unfounded.
I bring so much compassion and I have so much passion for this industry to see it be torn down by a system.
Javarius Haywood, Action News 5.
And we spoke with Chief Donna Turner. She declined to comment on the allegations. McBee submitted his resignation on Thursday. To read the full statement from the city of Covington, you can go to our website, actionnews5.com.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as the Action News 5 digital properties and Action News 5 5.5 Action News Plus. Here's a look at what to expect as you go through the remainder of this Friday. Lots of sunshine. Once we get past some morning clouds as a frontal boundary makes its way through the area, that's going to usher in a little bit of drier air from the north and east. Morning 70s will still manage, though, upper 80s to near 90 degrees, but the heat cranks up here in the next few days. 92 the forecast high on your Saturday, mostly sunny. Keep in mind, that's where we should be for this time of the year, not the lower 80s like we saw earlier this week. Back to the middle 90s by Sunday, and of course the heat and humidity likely cranking up in a big way over the next few days. Let's get you through the weekend, not looking terribly bad. For today, again, upper 80s and low 90s expected, lots of sunshine after some morning cloudiness. Keep in mind, we also have Friday football fever. That kicks off tonight, our game of the week, Bartlett and MUS. Looks like the weather should hold out. Looking great for that. Temperatures will ease down through the middle 80s at kickoff, down to the middle 70s by the end of the game. We'll bottom out in the 60s to start off early on your Saturday morning under a mostly clear sky. We'll keep the warming trend going, lower 90s in most locations for your Saturday. Look out to the west, near 100 degrees along from Little Rock down to Pine Bluff at 101 down there in Pine Bluff. From the morning 60s and 70s on your Sunday. Look at the sunshine pushing the numbers up into the middle 90s, and look at 100 degrees across much of the state of Arkansas. And of course, for us, the heat continues to crank up here in the next few days. The middle 90s on Sunday will operate more like about 106, but you get towards early next week, heat advisory to excessive heat warning criteria in play, as highs getting upper 90s to close to 100 degrees as we head towards Wednesday and Thursday, with feels like temperatures 110 to 115. Let's take you out to the tropics as well, because not only are we having to deal with the heat, but we're also looking out at the heating up of the tropics as we are approaching the statistical peak of the tropical season in the Atlantic. Usually that's about September 10th. So the last 2 weeks of August going into the month of September and early October, it tends to be the major peak of the tropical season in the Atlantic. We have two waves that we're keeping an eye on, Invest 98L and 99L. The 198L has a higher chance of development here in the next couple of days. In the next 5 days, we expect the development chances to continue. Same thing for the middle one. There's another disturbance that's making its way over towards the Leeward and Windward Islands. That has a lower chance of development, but of course all eyes go to what you see heading towards the Gulf of Mexico. Little disturbance that is north of Hispaniola will work its way across the Florida Straits into the Gulf of Mexico, and it does have a chance for developments, a low chance, but at any rate, it's likely to bring some moisture to portions of Texas and southwest Louisiana that desperately need some rainfall. Does that have some bearing on our forecast here in the Mid-South? More than likely not, as we will stay underneath the dome of high pressure that will keep the weather very quiet here in the next couple of days. For that very reason, we will stay dry here between now and all the way through next week, and that will eventually dry out the soil, which then in turn will dry out the air, then in turn heats us up more efficiently with more sunshine on the way. Mostly to partly sunny skies next week will push the temperatures up into the upper 90s to close to 100 degrees. I think we will approach 100 probably as early as Wednesday, likely Thursday, Friday, and then a front will approach the region by the upcoming weekend. That could bring in a chance for a couple of showers and storms, but the chances look to be generally pretty slim. In the meantime, we'll be close to normal today and tomorrow before the heat really cranks up through the end of the weekend, start of next week.
Okay, Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. You know, AARP is such a great resource for many things, and a lot of times they give us the heads up when it comes to various scams that are out there and where those scams are coming from, what they're about, and who they're targeting. And there is apparently a scam out there for the PACT Act, and it's targeting veterans and their families. And this PACT Act is something that's very important. We've been talking about it here at Action News 5 for weeks now. Let's bring in someone with AARP to really kind of go through this scam and ways to watch for it and just kind of focus in on what we're dealing with here. Troy Broussard is a senior advisor at AARP Veteran and Military Family Initiative. He's also a U.S. Army Desert Storm veteran and offers advice to veterans and their families with regards to this scam out there. Troy, good morning to you. I appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. Let's first remind everyone, our viewers out there, what in fact is the PACT Act. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. It's a pleasure to be with you today and your audience throughout Tennessee. You know, you're right. I would love to start off and just talk about the PACT Act and talk about exactly what that means just for everyone, and then get into what we're really trying to focus on is increase that awareness. So let's start with the PACT Act. You know, it was an act that was done back in August 10th of 2022, and it's a promise to address Comprehensive Toxics Act. And what it does, it expands access to VA healthcare for benefits for veterans that were exposed to burn pits, Agent Orange, and other toxic substances. So it's a very important act that we want to increase the awareness of, but we also want to make sure that people are aware that are scams that are connected with it as well.
So tell me, Troy, you know, I'm curious, why is AARP so concerned that there may be some fraud out there with regards to this PACT Act?
You know, Andrew, you know, veterans are being targeted because of their overall lack of awareness of this new law. You know, we did a recent survey. Did you know that 2/3 of veterans are aware or unaware that they can receive this free assistance with these benefits through the VA? And then 1 in 10 of those veterans, you know, have been approached by someone offering some type of buyout or assist with enrollment of these benefits, you know, that they'll give them a lucrative payout, which we know are scams. So that is why we want to increase the awareness and share some of those scams that are out there impacting our veteran and military families.
And so these veterans have worn the uniform for our country to defend our rights, and yet these scammers here are having a hard time with dealing with all these scams. Why do you think they target veterans specifically?
Yeah. You know, Andrew, you know, veterans and military families, they have access to benefits and different, you know, resources than civilians. And, you know, it's a steady income that's coming through, which I think it's extremely important. And these scammers know that. But what they also do, which is something that I want to make sure our veterans out there and your listening audience know, is that they'll try to connect with you if you're a veteran. There's a certain military jargon, a language that we speak, you know, between veterans, between those that have served previous and currently, and those scammers learn that jargon, and then they try to get information from veterans, you know, like their social security number, or they try to make you pay for earned benefits, you know, that you really shouldn't, but they try to build that trust, and then at that point, that's when the scam. So we're here to alert veterans and military families to let them know that these scams are out there, and we want to provide some resources as well to let them know about it.
Okay, so let's get into the nitty-gritty about this specific scam and ways that people can immediately see that red flag and avoid this scam completely.
Absolutely. Initially, if someone is calling you and stating that what we're going to do is we're going to give you, you know, a lucrative benefits buyout, or if we're going to, you know, let me verify your service, your service records, your social security number, we need to stop immediately and put a red flag on it and say, stop. Make sure I'm not interested in it, develop a no script. And then what we do, Andrew, we have resources, tailored resources at aarp.org/veterans through our Vets Fraud Center and our Health Benefits Navigator that'll help protect you from these frauds. And then with the Health Benefits Navigator, you can, you know, go ahead and access that tool prior to going to the VA to make sure you know, you'll be prepared for that visit so you can sign up for the PACT Act to get those earned benefits.
Is there maybe, Troy, another, maybe more of an umbrella way, a way to just spot any scam? There's obviously ways to spot this PACT Act scam, but is there a way to spot any scam that you could give to our viewers?
You know, I would want to share with your viewers, if anyone reaches out to you and tell you that they need to verify your military records or that they want to work with you, or you need to verify the military records in order to get this service, that is an immediate red flag. Okay, I want you to stop the conversation, hang up the phone, develop that no script, and make sure that you don't provide any of your pertinent information to anyone, whether they're trying to relate to you or not. So veterans never pay for their service, their earned benefits or their service records. Immediately, that's a red flag.
Where can we go and send our viewers? We have thousands of viewers that join us each and every morning, Troy. Where can we send them to get some more information about this online?
Absolutely. There would be I would like to recommend our aarp.org/veterans, to where you can get to our Vets Fraud Center to protect you, and our Health Benefits Navigator that'll allow you the assistance to go ahead and get the PACT Act set up. But what I would also say is we want folks to go ahead and those veterans to go ahead and sign up for the PACT Act through va.gov/PACT. Make sure that they go to that site and sign up for the PACT Act. You have until August 9th at midnight to get the retro benefits back to its original date on August 10th, 2022. So we definitely want to make sure that awareness is out to veterans and military families all across Tennessee and beyond. And then make sure that if you do after August 9th at midnight, you can still sign up for the PACT Act, but you won't get that retro benefit. So we just want to make sure to share that pertinent information with all of your viewers today.
Troy Broussard, Senior Advisor with AARP Veterans and Military Families Initiative, and a U.S. Army veteran himself. Sir, thank you for your service to our country, and appreciate the advice and counsel given today. We really are glad that you joined us on the Digital Desk.
I want to thank you for allowing me for having me today, and it's been a pleasure speaking with you and sharing this important information. And thank you for all that you're doing as well in supporting of veteran and military families. We appreciate you.
There is a new course for the St. Jude Memphis Marathon coming up in December, the weekend of December 2nd, actually. This year's marathon, half marathon routes include a return to the Mississippi Riverfront with views of the Hernando de Soto Bridge and the new renovated Tom Lee Park. Runners are going to enjoy the beauty of Memphis's historic neighborhoods and landmarks while gaining inspiration running through the St. Jude campus as they make their way to the finish line. The St. Jude Memphis Marathon, once again, is Saturday, December 2nd. For a link to register, you can visit actionnews5.com. Regional 1's Oncology Department inpatient unit is celebrating its one-year anniversary. Regional 1, the Mid-South's only Level 1 trauma center, is known for treating the most severe injuries from burns to gunshot wounds and much more. The hospital is also working to save the lives of people diagnosed with cancer. Bria Bolden has more on that.
Historically, we've always thought of Regional 1 as the place that was had excellence in terms of trauma care. But things have changed over the last couple of years, and particularly one of the biggest initiatives that we've started is a cancer center.
Dr. David Shibata, the head of Regional 1's cancer program, has been with the hospital for more than a couple years. His reason for coming to Memphis?
I'm a cancer surgeon, and my passion is treating cancer patients. And sadly, our region in the Mississippi Delta area has the worst cancer outcomes in the nation. And if there was a place to try to come and work with others to make a difference, this was the place.
The American Cancer Society estimates in 2023, almost 14,600 people in Tennessee, more than 6,300 people in Arkansas, and almost 6,700 people in Mississippi will die from some form of cancer this year. Dr. Shibata says the cancer program started 2 years ago through a partnership with the University of Tennessee and Regional 1 Health. The inpatient center housing patients was the last missing piece.
We've created a cutting-edge, state-of-the-art operating room, including robotic technology for our cancer patients. We also have a fully renovated new outpatient clinic facility for our cancer patients. With those three things together, I think we've really managed to create a difference here.
Okay, the favorite part about a road trip is, for many people, the snacks. We have the perfect job for you. Finance Buzz looking to pay someone $1,000 to sample 25 popular snacks at Buc-ee's. This includes Roadside Stop's famous beaver nuggets, homemade Oreo fudge, and hippo tacos. You'll have to document your experience through reviews and photographs. Finance Buzz will also pay for the snacks and merchandise. You must be 18 to apply, and the application on the Finance Buzz website will be there until September 11th. All right, Snoop Dogg, he is everywhere these days. Now he's got ice cream. Yeah, he launched a new line after Snoop Dogg's NFT character, the Dr. Bombay. The line has 7 flavors, including the bonus track brownie, iced out orange cream, rolling in the dough, and s'mores vibe. Ice cream is at Walmart, and it's available for $5. All right, in this edition of 901 Now, we travel downtown for Yoga on the River. Taylor Tucker spoke with a yoga instructor who says the free seasonal session on the river brings Memphians and Mid-Southerners together, and there are a lot of them. Check this out.
When we come into this space, energy shifts. When we move our bodies together, energy shifts.
Yoga in the heart of Memphis has always been about more than yoga.
Here we are creating this big community of people who come together to breathe and be and sit together.
Every Tuesday evening, hundreds from around the city join instructor Candace Salisbury to engage their mind, body, and soul.
So I knew that if it saved my life, it was going to save somebody else's life. So 6 weeks after I had my son, I was in yoga teacher training.
Salisbury started practicing yoga in 2012. Practicing in many alternative spaces over the years, she says being on the river makes yoga accessible for everyone.
You come into this space, you have all nationalities, you have all ages, you have all races, all socioeconomic classes here, and there's one goal. And it removes all stigma about what you need to look like in a yoga studio, what you need to wear, do you need to even know anything about it. And when people come together and they're in this space, all guards are down.
In 2017, Downtown Memphis Commission and Memphis River Parks Partnership created Yoga on the River. In Salisbury's second year leading the session, she says she's seen more and more participation. And in a time where crime is prevalent in the surrounding areas, being able to withdraw from chaos and come into a space together builds closer connections.
We see and hear so much about what's going on in Memphis, but when you come to this yoga class, you begin to see the real beauty in the city.
Okay, so Yoga on the River. How about that? Do you see that crowd? That was huge. It's free, okay, and it takes place every Tuesday from 6 until 7 o'clock in the evening, May all the way through October. Salisbury says those interested in the yoga session year-round can join her at something called Yoga Kickback. For more information, you can find it on our website, actionnews5s.com. All right, now let's talk about Taylor Swift. Once again in the news, her tour, get this, could top $2 billion in ticket sales, and that's just for North America. It represents primary ticket sales for the U.S. tour date. She just finished L.A., plus a second one in North America. The survey calculated its estimates using the average ticket price, average attendance per show, and the number of shows, and they've never, ever, ever seen a show with this kind of number. Check this out. So the average price, okay, of pre-sale first day tickets was $455. She has 68 shows in North America, and the average attendance, 72,000 people. All right, Barbie World still at the box office. The film about the doll has made $537.4 million since July 21st. The director, Christopher Nolan's Batman blockbuster, The Dark Knight, made $536 million, so it just passed that one. Only about 50 films in history have hit the billion-dollar milestone. Britney Spears filing for divorce, or rather separating after being married only 14 months. According to the breakup, it happened after a major blow-up, no official reason confirmed. The two met on the set of Spears' Summer Party video in 2016. They got married in June of last year. It was Britney Spears' third marriage. 1 in 5 people in the U.S. will develop skin cancer by the time they're 70 years old. So that's about 20%, making it the most common type of skin cancer. Statistics show fair-skinned people are more likely to develop it, but darker-skinned people are more likely to die from it. It was the subject of our Best Life report this morning. Watch this. Summer is filled with lots of fun in the sun, but
excess sun exposure can lead to skin cancers, of which melanoma is one.
melanoma is the deadliest form of skin cancer and affects some people more than others.
We see melanoma more commonly in fair-skinned people who don't have a lot of pigment to protect themselves from the ultraviolet radiation of the sun.
But that doesn't mean people with darker skin tones can't get it. Even though they have a lower risk of getting skin cancer, by the time most African Americans get a diagnosis, it has already spread to other parts of their body. In fact, the 5-year survival rate for black skin cancer patients is 70%, while it's 94% for white patients. Doctors say the key to higher survival rates is detecting it before the cancer spreads.
If you had metastatic melanoma, 100% of people, almost 100% of people died.
There are things people with darker skin can do to protect themselves from even getting skin cancer in the first place. Recently, the American Academy of Dermatology released the recommendations that include telling people with darker complexions to use tinted mineral sunscreen with an SPF of 30. The tint from the sunscreen helps block out more light. Other things that can help: wearing a hat and ultraviolet protection clothing. Okay, Andrew Douglas in the Action News.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as the Action News 5 digital properties and Action News 5.5 Action News Plus. Here's a look at what to expect as you go through the remainder of this Friday. Lots of sunshine. Once we get past some morning clouds as a frontal boundary makes its way through the area, that's going to usher in a little bit of drier air from the north and east. Morning 70s will still manage, though, upper 80s to near 90 degrees, but the heat cranks up here in the next few days. 92 the forecast high on your Saturday, mostly sunny. Keep in mind, that's where we should be for this time of the year, not the lower 80s like we saw earlier this week. Back to the middle 90s by Sunday, and of course the heat and humidity likely cranking up in a big way over the next few days. Let's get you through the weekend, not looking terribly bad. For today, again, upper 80s and low 90s expected, lots of sunshine after some morning cloudiness. Keep in mind, we also have Friday football fever. That kicks off tonight, our game of the week, Bartlett and MUS. Looks like the weather should hold out. Looking great for that. Temperatures will ease down through the middle 80s at kickoff, down to the middle 70s by the end of the game. We'll bottom out in the 60s to start off early on your Saturday morning under a mostly clear sky. We'll keep the warming trend going, lower 90s in most locations for your Saturday. Look out to the west, near 100 degrees along from Little Rock down to Pine Bluff at 101 down there in Pine Bluff. From the morning 60s and 70s on your Sunday. Look at the sunshine pushing the numbers up into the middle 90s, and look at 100 degrees across much of the state of Arkansas. And of course, for us, the heat continues to crank up here in the next few days. The middle 90s on Sunday will operate more like about 106, but you get towards early next week, heat advisory to excessive heat warning criteria in play, as highs getting upper 90s to close to 100 degrees as we head towards Wednesday and Thursday, with feels like temperatures 110 to 115. Let's take you out to the tropics as well, because not only are we having to deal with the heat, but we're also looking out at the heating up of the tropics as we are approaching the statistical peak of the tropical season in the Atlantic. Usually that's about September 10th. So the last 2 weeks of August going into the month of September and early October tends to be the major peak of the tropical season in the Atlantic. We have two waves that we're keeping an eye on, Invest 98L and 99L. The one 98L has a higher chance of development here in the next couple of days. In the next 5 days, we expect the development chances to continue. Same thing for the middle one. There's another disturbance that's making its way over towards the Leeward and Windward Islands. That has a lower chance of development, but of course all eyes go to what you see heading towards the Gulf of Mexico. Little disturbance that is north of Hispaniola will work its way across the Florida Straits into the Gulf of Mexico, and it does have a chance for developments, a low chance, but at any rate, it's likely to bring some moisture to portions of Texas and southwest Louisiana that desperately need some rainfall. Does that have some bearing on our forecast here in the Mid-South? More than likely not, as we will stay underneath a dome of high pressure that will keep the weather very quiet here in the next couple of days. For that very reason, we will stay dry here between now and all the way through next week, and that will eventually dry out the soil, which then in turn will dry out the air. Then in turn, heats us up more efficiently with more sunshine on the way. Mostly to partly sunny skies next week will push the temperatures up into the upper 90s to close to 100 degrees. I think we will approach 100 probably as early as Wednesday, likely Thursday, Friday, and then a front will approach the region by the upcoming weekend. That could bring in a chance for a couple of showers and storms, but the chances look to be generally pretty slim. In the meantime, we'll be close to normal today and tomorrow before the heat really cranks up through the end of the weekend, start of next week.
Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. A recent Forbes study, get this, finds 40% of responders, so that's almost 50%, that's almost half, 40% had their personal information compromised while using public Wi-Fi. So that's like airport Wi-Fi. That's bad news for travelers when you think about it. I mean, 1 in 3 say they rely on that airport Wi-Fi to do business or, you know, conduct all kinds of personal and other business out there. More than half of Americans confess to using these public networks at their hotel, for example. That's an issue, especially when you're trying to unwind on some traveling. How do you protect yourself against cyber criminals when you hear that kind of statistic? Well, it's something that is the topic of our next guest who's joining me right now. I'm joined by Jessica Naziri. She is a tech expert. She's someone who is also the chief technologist of TechSesh.co. Jessica, I appreciate you joining us here. Let's talk a little bit about some of the ways criminals, first off, target Americans, target travelers, and what we need to be aware of when we join these public Wi-Fis. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. You know, we don't even think about it. It's just common sense logging onto Wi-Fi, whether we're near home or traveling. And get this, you said that Norton study, literally everyone is getting on and they think they're safe, but 40% of Americans between the ages of 25 and 34 have had their credit card details stolen while traveling. And then 33% have fallen for those free vacation scams. And you know what? This could be because they were using public Wi-Fi. So because of this, one of the first things I always recommend to travelers is to really be wary of public Wi-Fi networks. There are some bad actors out there setting up fake networks that look real. I've seen it at airports. I've seen it at hotels, even vacation rentals, my beloved coffee shop. They look like the real deal, but bad actors, they're collecting your personal information. So, you know, I understand Wi-Fi is important. You want to spend time looking on your Instagram or you want to log into your email. You want to make sure before you join that you're not joining a Wi-Fi that is vague. For example, free airport Wi-Fi, red flag, or one that looks identical to the real one. For example, Denver airport _ free Wi-Fi _. It looks very similar to Denver airport free Wi-Fi without the underscores and the extra free. Another thing to be wary of is connecting to any network that lets you connect without asking you to agree to its terms of service.
All good information, but you know, some of the things I think about, Jessica, is when I'm in some places where public Wi-Fi is offered, I have to be on there because if I try to just do it with my normal phone or, you know, laptop, for example, I mean, you know, the cell phone service is so poor that you have to join the Wi-Fi. So how do we protect ourselves?
Yeah, you're right. And so this is where a VPN comes in, a virtual private network. It's hands down the best and easiest way to protect your personal information. Not enough people know about it, so I'm here to tell you a VPN, super important to educate yourself. It's essentially a private tool that lets you get online securely from anywhere, and it protects you by disguising your IP address, and it creates a secure encrypted tunnel where all of your online activity flows. So essentially, this shields you from nearby cyber criminals who are getting really good at being criminals online, and a lot of them are actually using special equipment these days to snoop on your online activity. So that's one way to protect yourself.
What about some other tips out there? I mean, there's still people that are planning trips late in the summer. They're planning some trips for the fall and winter. What kind of other tips do you have?
Absolutely. So everyone that I know has been on vacation or about to go on vacation, just like you said. I've been seeing a lot of posts on social media. My biggest tip is if you're going to take those pictures and you're going to post them, make sure you're not adding your location. And if you definitely really want to post those pictures, at least go on private and post those pictures when you're back from vacation, so no one knows you're not home. I'm actually in sunny LA right now on a staycation, and I'm actually using a VPN. I'm using Norton. I've partnered with them. A very great and easy way to stay safe online. I trust them. I know that if I'm home or on a vacation or traveling, that they will actually secure my information online.
Okay, so I was just about to ask you about VPNs. What are the best ways to take us through just kind of a one-on-one, 101 course, basic course of VPNs and how to choose the right one?
Absolutely. So there's so many out there, but really it's affordable and it's a super easy way to reduce your risk when you go online. You don't want to get a VPN after the fact. If you're someone who checks your banking apps, surfing the web, goes on social media, going on to email, logging into really important information, which is literally everyone, you need a VPN, especially because you don't want that special information to fall into the wrong hands. So the best thing to do is get a VPN. I trust Norton. They have the Norton Secure VPN. And with them, it's super easy. You just have to go to their website, download the app, and you know that it's safe. You can go online and all your private information stays private.
What about, Jessica, where people can get more information about this topic? Because it's so important. It's an evergreen topic. I mean, we're always talking about cybersecurity, and we so need it badly.
We so need it badly. You can get more information on Norton.com and search VPN. And something else that I really want to talk about, the cyber criminals are just getting so good. We also have artificial intelligence getting a lot of calls that are spammy and pretending to be a specific person. So Norton actually just launched a free app. It's called Norton Genie. It can tell you if a text, an email, or a website is a scam or legit. All you have to do is download the app on your phone, or if you have an iOS, the app is on there, or you can go onto the website, you upload a screenshot, you put in your message, and it tells you if it's real or if it's fake. And this really helps you avoid so many potential scams because they're getting so good.
Yeah, they are. No question about it. All right, Jessica Naziri, we appreciate you and giving us those tips that we desperately need to keep all of our private information safe online. Thanks very much.
Amanda Hansen back here at the Action News 5 digital desk. Social media is filled with all kinds of posts touting the latest weight loss method. Well, with more than 110 million people on TikTok, Berberry, a natural botanical found in a number of plants, including Indian barberry, is being called nature's Ozempic. So joining us now to talk more about this is pharmacist Sherry Torkis. She is going to share more about this craze and also if this works, if it's safe. Good morning. How you doing?
Hi, good morning. I'm doing well. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad to be talking about this. I think there's so many people that are interested in this. I know my co-anchor that also helps me on the digital desk was like, I'm going to watch that one tomorrow because I'm always interested in this sort of thing. So what is Berberry? And let's just talk about why it's become so popular.
Yeah, so berberine is, it's a compound actually that's found in a number of plants, including, as you mentioned, barberry and also golden seal and goldenrod and some other plants. And it's not new. It's actually been around for thousands of years and has a long history of use as a medicinal plant for metabolic health and a number of things. But I think why it's becoming so popular now is that there is now a number of clinical studies mounting research that's backing the benefits of berberine. So it's getting the attention of the medical community, people that are holistically and integrated practices like myself. And then with social media, when people get good results with something, of course, they're out there sharing the news on social media. So there's a lot of buzz about berberine right now.
And you were talking about the research. What kind of benefits has that research found?
Yeah, so there have been a number of clinical studies looking at the benefits of berberine, and some studies, there was actually a meta-analysis that came out just recently of 18 clinical studies where they were looking at the therapeutic effects of berberine. And the authors concluded in this meta-analysis, which was published in the journal called Frontiers in Pharmacology, it's a PubMed a citation, that it does indeed help with weight loss, helps with obesity, also helps improve blood sugar control and insulin resistance, as well as having a positive impact on lipid levels, helping to lower the bad LDL and total cholesterol, as well as increasing the beneficial HDL cholesterol.
And you were talking about blood sugar. You know, we all know that too much sugar is not good for our health, but how do you curb those cravings? Is this something that can help?
Yeah, berberine does definitely help in this area, because when we're looking at strategies to curb sugar cravings, it's important to realize that if you can stabilize your blood sugar levels, that will in turn help to reduce sugar cravings. So berberine as a tool, the berberine phytosome in particular, is what you want to look for, because one of the drawbacks of berberine is it doesn't have really great absorption into the body. But if you look for a berberine phytosome, it combines the berberine with a fat-soluble molecule, and that gives you greater absorption. And it helps to stabilize blood sugar levels and improve insulin sensitivity. Now, also from a lifestyle perspective, other things you can do to curb those sugar cravings would be to choose carbohydrates that release more slowly into sugar in your system. So high fiber, multigrain, whole grain breads, nuts, seeds, beans, legumes, things like that are released more slowly into sugar in your system. And when you're choosing your foods for your meals, also add some healthy fats and protein to your meals. That will also slow down what we call the glycemic response, because the idea is you want your blood sugar stable. You don't want it going up and down like a roller coaster. So those are some things that you can do to help curb those sugar cravings.
And then everybody, of course, they talk about metabolism and they want to improve their metabolism. Is there a way to rev up your maybe sluggish metabolism?
Yeah, I would say this is something I often hear from patients. You know, my metabolism is so sluggish. It's like I'm eating the same, but I'm gaining weight or I'm not losing. And it does become more difficult as we get older. Beyond age 40, we start to lose muscle mass. That affects our metabolism. So some things you can do to help rev up your metabolism would be to do some weight training exercises. If you don't have a gym membership, you can use your own body weight as resistance, push-ups, lunges, squats, things like that, or pick up some hand weights or use exercise tubing. That helps to rev up your metabolism. The more muscle you have, the more calories you burn. Also, intermittent fasting, so going for periods of time without eating. So if you finish, say, your last meal of the day at 6 p.m., if you can hold off eating until 8 or 9 a.m. the next day and have a good period of fasting, that will also help with metabolism. And then berberine as a tool, I mentioned it has positive effects on overall metabolic health. It does help to improve the body's energy expenditure, so burning more calories and storing less body fat. So berberine can be a tool in this area as well.
This is so interesting to me, and I love talking about this kind of stuff. And of course, those natural ways to be able to, help your body. And I think you hear so much about gut health, and that's the key to so many things in your overall health. How does maybe your gut health impact your ability to lose weight? Can we talk about that some?
Yeah. Gut health is becoming increasingly important, where we're aware that gut health impacts immune system. Gut health also impacts our metabolism, as well as our body's fat storage, hormones, and other factors that affect our metabolic health. So what researchers have found is that there's a bacteria that's native to our digestive tract called Akkermansia. And if you have low levels of this beneficial bug, it's correlated to problems with weight management and poor metabolism. So if you can increase levels of this bug, Akkermansia, it turns out that can also help with weight loss. And researchers believe this is one of the mechanisms by which berberine does help with weight loss, in that it increases levels of this beneficial bacteria, Akkermansia, and then that is correlated with more efficient metabolism and helping the body to lose weight.
So if we have people that are watching here and they're saying, you know what, I'm interested in berberine and how it can maybe impact me, is this something that you could just pick up over the counter at, say, Walgreens or CVS?
Yeah, it is available without a prescription. I would say your health food store is probably going to be the best bet to find the berberine. And what you want to look for when you're choosing a supplement is the berberine phytosome. I know Enzymedica is one company that has a good quality phytosome product. And the reason for that, again, is that berberine does not have very good absorption or bioavailability. So if you choose the phytosome, which is bound to the lipid molecule, that will give you greater absorption, so you can take a lower dose. And what I would say to people as well well that are considering supplementing with berberine, it's always a good idea to check with your pharmacist or doctor just to make sure that it's the right choice for you, depending on what medications you're taking or your medical history. Berberine is generally very well tolerated, and I know that there's been a lot raised recently about some of the dangers with Ozempic, some of the concerns with side effects and risks. I will say berberine is very well tolerated and has been under quite extensive clinical research.
Well, this has been such an interesting conversation, and I've learned a lot from it. Where can people go if they want to find out some more information, Sherry?
You can check out my website, which is sherrytorkos.com. It's SherryTorkos. I posted a blog on berberine on my website, so you can read more about the properties of berberine, the benefits, the research, and how to supplement with berberine.
I certainly never thought in a million years that this could happen to me. My family certainly never did. When it comes to a story like mine, there are a lot of dark details.
As one of Perhaps you've heard about Chalkbeat. They cover a lot of education issues. It's a nonprofit news organization committed to covering education. And there is a Chalkbeat affiliation in Tennessee. And they've written an article about Memphis Shelby County schools as the new year has begun. And the person who wrote that article is joining us right now on the Action News 5 digital desk, Laura Testino. She wrote an article about the 5 key issues facing Memphis and Shelby County schools as the new year begins. Laura, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Tell us just an overview of this article. I know a lot of times when we cover stuff as reporters, sometimes we learn some things during the news gathering process. Was there anything that came out of the news gathering process that you learned as a reporter? Good morning.
Sure, yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me. So 5 key issues found for this school year covered in the story are the superintendent search, which is not going to be surprising to anybody who has been watching the news or watching the district this year. Then some other things that we'll also want to pay attention to are the district's infrastructure plan. So what buildings are going to potentially be consolidated in future years, which buildings might be new. That, of course, has been a hot topic as the county commission considered funding for the district. Third, we've got obviously academics. So coming out of COVID, reading scores, while they're under more scrutiny this year through state laws, they have rebounded more to pre-pandemic levels than math scores have. And particularly for middle schoolers, math is still one of the areas that have sustained the most learning loss from COVID. We've also got how the district is funded. So all of those one-time federal relief dollars from the pandemic are going to go away at the end of this school year. So how the district considers what it manages out of that. And then the last key issue that the article looks at is just social, emotional health for children and all of those factors outside of school that we often talk about, especially in places like Memphis, where there's a high rate of children in poverty. And so what are those issues that are making it more difficult for children to have success in the school building? And what is the district doing to either offer supports themselves or connect families and students to those supports that exist in the community?
That's a very thorough list, Laura, I gotta say, and you know, the superintendent, I've often had the discussion with anyone who will talk to me about it that, you know, if you look at Memphis and Shelby County as a whole, probably one of the top, if not the top position, is the most important position that can make the most impact is the superintendent of Memphis Shelby County Schools. I mean, they could have an amazing impact or it can be a very detrimental impact. And the search process has, gosh, it's actually been an embarrassment for a while for so many people. Based upon your news gathering, is there a light at the end of the tunnel with all that?
Yeah, so I think, you know, round one, as I am calling this, of the search, which everyone watched unfold last year, nobody needs a rehash to catch up there. There's not a new superintendent yet. The second round, though, is going according to plan. So in June, the day after current interim superintendent signed a contract for this upcoming school year to remain interim under the condition that she would not be a finalist for the role. So we won't see her on the applicant list again. She is decidedly in the role temporarily at this point. The school board members got together with Hazard Young Attia and Associates, a search firm, and they sat down and they talked about what would happen next. A lot of what they talked about was a reflection of the 3 retreats that the board gathered for during the summer to realign on this and have a lot of the conversations that a lot of them, admitted and said, we should have had these conversations first. They talked through those things. They made sure that they were on the same page about what the application would look like. There's a public records win in there for the journalists looking out that the applications that people make will be made public record, which is a requirement of Tennessee law. So we'll know who those applicants are. And it's following the timeline that was set out. So there was initially a timeline at that point that said, okay, the first thing that we're going to do is on August 1st, we are going to post the application online on the HYA, the search firm's website, and that happened. So far, we're going to according to plan, which if the timeline continues to move as it is supposed to, the applications will close in November. In between November and February will be interviews and a selection process. So around February, we will know who the next superintendent will be, and depending on their availability, they might have some transition into the role with a firm start date of July 1st, but there might be some availability for them to overlap with current interim superintendent Williams.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly hope that they adhere to that timeline because that's so important. And another thing that's important that really comes from the top down is the academic success that you highlighted. I mean, that is so paramount. And almost as important as any list of those 5, key findings or the key issues is academic success and rising from where they are now and where they were in the pandemic time period, because that's still, I mean, from all intents and purposes, the pandemic era really hurt Memphis Shelby County schools because they went 100% online. Real quick, let's talk, Laura, about how ways that how people can find this article online.
Sure. So all of Chalkbeat's reports are listed at Chalkbeat, so CHALKBEAT.org. When you hit the homepage, you can just select from Communities Tennessee, and this story is on that homepage.
Is there anything else you wanted to mention, without giving the article away, that you wanted to talk about before we let you go?
Sure. I think, maybe just as far as parents go, of course, paying attention to your students, teachers and school announcements, but there's probably going to be a lot of community meetings upcoming as the district considers this facilities plan that they'll make. And so I, would just encourage you to look for those as well so that you can have a voice in what the future of your students' school building might be like.
Okay, Laura Testino with Chalkbeat Tennessee. We appreciate your time. Great article. Really dives deep into the issues and the key takeaways coming up for Memphis Shelby County schools. Thanks very much.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, I want to go now to some breaking news that's happening in the Shelby County courtroom. The 5 former officers are not there in the courtroom, but their case is being discussed right now. Let's listen in for a brief minute. This is the case involving the 5 former police officers charged with murdering Tyree Nichols.
Matter, and we'll have that order sent out to the parties. Are there any other matters that we need to discuss today? Anything from the defense?
On behalf of Defendant Dean, no, Surgeon.
Okay.
Judge, refresh my recollection, please. Mr. Haley will not be filing a motion for severance. I know they're heard the 15th. Is that also a report date and he's required to be here?
Yes, that will be a report date. That date will also be the day that we have the hearing. But yes, all defendants will need to be here on the 15th. And again,
I'll have Justice Smith. I agree.
all right, and again, that time will be at 1 p.m. The defendants will not need to be present until 1 p.m.
Your Honor, please, on that next day, could we address maybe getting a trial date or working toward it?
That is the anticipation on that. Where we are right now, the court anticipates with the motion of severance, once we hear those, we can set a final deadline as far as the remaining motions that counsel may want to file, but we will also set a trial date. We'll have some resemblance of a scheduling order at that point, as the majority of the things have been done at this point.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Any other things we need to handle? All right, then we'll show this matter reset until September 15th for the hearing on severance motion for report date.
Okay, so this was wrapped up relatively quickly.
Stand at recess.
For recess. They are representing the 5 and so they filed a number of different motions. As you just heard from the judge there, they are expected back in court September 15th, so a little less than a month from now. And of course, we'll be following everything here on the Action News 5 digital desk. Let's get another update on our weather right now with meteorologist Patrick Ellis.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as the Action News 5 digital properties and Action News 5 5.5 Action News Plus. Here's a look at what to expect as you go through the remainder of this Friday. Lots of sunshine. Once we get past some morning clouds as a frontal boundary makes its way through the area, that's going to usher in a little bit of drier air from the north and east. Morning 70s will still manage, though, upper 80s to near 90 degrees, but the heat cranks up here in the next few days. 92 the forecast high on your Saturday, mostly sunny. Keep in mind, that's where we should be for this time of the year, not the lower 80s like we saw earlier this week. Back to the middle 90s by Sunday, and of course the heat and humidity likely cranking up in a big way over the next few days. Let's get you through the weekend, not looking terribly bad. For today, again, upper 80s and low 90s expected, lots of sunshine after some morning cloudiness. Keep in mind, we also have Friday football fever. That kicks off tonight, our game of the week, Bartlett and MUS. Looks like the weather should hold out, looking great for that. Temperatures will ease down through the middle 80s at kickoff, down to the middle 70s by the end of the game. We'll bottom out in the 60s to start off early on your Saturday morning under a mostly clear sky. We'll keep the warming trend going, lower 90s in most locations for your Saturday. Look out to the west, near 100 degrees along from Little Rock down to Pine Bluff, at 101 down there in Pine Bluff. From the morning 60s and 70s on your Sunday. Look at the sunshine pushing the numbers up into the middle 90s, and look at 100 degrees across much of the state of Arkansas. And of course, for us, the heat continues to crank up here in the next few days. The middle 90s on Sunday will operate more like about 106, but you get towards early next week, heat advisory to excessive heat warning criteria in play, as highs getting upper 90s to close to 100 degrees as we head towards Wednesday and Thursday, with feels like temperatures 110 to 115. Let's take you out to the tropics as well, because not only are we having to deal with the heat, but we're also looking out at the heating up of the tropics as we are approaching the statistical peak of the tropical season in the Atlantic. Usually that's about September 10th. So the last 2 weeks of August going into the month of September and early October tends to be the major peak of the tropical season in the Atlantic. We have two waves that we're keeping an eye on, Invest 98L and 99L. The one 98L has a higher chance of development here in the next couple of days. In the next 5 days, we expect the development chances to continue. Same thing for the middle one. There's another disturbance that's making its way over towards the Leeward and Windward Islands. That has a lower chance of development, but of course all eyes go to what you see heading towards the Gulf of Mexico. Little disturbance that is north of Hispaniola will work its way across the Florida Straits into the Gulf of Mexico, and it does have a chance for developments, a low chance, but at any rate, it's likely to bring some moisture to portions of Texas and southwest Louisiana that desperately need some rainfall. Does that have some bearing on our forecast here in the Mid-South? More than likely not, as we will stay underneath a dome of high pressure that will keep the weather very quiet here in the next couple of days. For that very reason, we will stay dry here between now and all the way through next week, and that will eventually dry out the soil, which then in turn will dry out the air. Then in turn, heats us up more efficiently with more sunshine on the way. Mostly to partly sunny skies next week will push the temperatures up into the upper 90s to close to 100 degrees. I think we will approach 100 probably as early as Wednesday, likely Thursday, Friday, and then a front will approach the region by the upcoming weekend that could bring in a chance for a couple of showers and storms, but the chances look to be generally pretty slim. In the meantime, we'll be close to normal today and tomorrow before the heat really cranks up through the end of the weekend, start of next week.
I certainly never thought in a million years that this could happen to me. My family certainly never did. And when it comes to a story like mine, there are a lot of dark details.
As one of the very first known victims of internet child exploitation, Alicia Kozak is passionate about protecting kids from dangers online. And an emerging threat she worries about now is something called sextortion.
A predator can hold a child captive long before they ever have their hands physically on them. And when it comes to sextortion, they never need to physically touch that child.
Alicia's personal story to advocacy began in 2002 when she was just 13 years old. Like so many teenagers, she loved chatting with friends, especially on the internet.
I was online and I was talking to my friends from school in a chat room, and somebody messaged me who I thought was a boy around my own age. And what I didn't know was he had immediately begun to groom me.
Because the internet was pretty new, Alicia didn't know the red flags. She says a man lured her out of her Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania home and abducted her outside. The man held her captive in his Virginia basement, where she was raped, beaten, and tortured.
How long were you there for?
It was 4 days, and he was going to kill me, it's believed, on the day that I was rescued.
Alicia says her kidnapper live streamed the abuse to an online audience. She said she was given a second chance when someone watching the stream recognized her face from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's poster and called in a tip to authorities. Her kidnapper was ultimately convicted and sentenced to prison.
And we start tonight with a warning about sextortion.
Since Alicia's abduction, internet crimes against children have skyrocketed.
And these criminals are continuing to extort the teenagers until a lot of them end up committing suicide.
Kids have so much more access. There's so many more pitfalls, but also predators have access to kids 24/7.
And as technology continues to evolve, so does the way predators lure kids in what law enforcement calls sextortion. Law enforcement says the cyber criminals start off pretending to be somebody else, most likely a teen. Once they gain a person's trust, they ask for explicit photos. With the photos in their possession, the criminal demands money, threatening to release the images if the teen doesn't keep sending more photos or hand over money or gift cards.
With financial sextortion, the primary motive is financial gain, and the victim set is typically boys.
Supervisory Special Agent Timothy Simon with the FBI says in early 2022, their agency saw an explosion in the number of financial sextortion incidents.
When it comes to how these crooks or these criminals are getting to our children, how savvy are they when it comes to getting them and taking advantage of them?
Unfortunately, they are very savvy. They often impersonate children of a similar age, characteristics, and location. They will locate children, they'll target them on any type of platform, social media, instant messaging, video chat, gaming platforms, pretty much any internet-capable device that a child has, they can be targeted on.
Simon says law enforcement received over 7,000 reports over the past year of online financial sextortion of minors, with at least 3,000 victims, most of them boys.
In 2022 alone, over 12 suicides of child victims within the U.S., and that number has increased since then.
Why is it different that we're seeing so many, suicides or pressure being put on our boys and most, say, our young girls?
That's a great question. We're still trying to figure that out. Our best guess at this point is just the shame and embarrassment that boys feel when they produce those images.
But we've learned a major hurdle in tackling this crime is location. Many sextortion cybercriminals are overseas. Officials with the FBI and Homeland Security say most of these sextortion perpetrators originate from Nigeria and the Ivory Coast.
For parents who sadly may have lost their child to sextortion, and they're wondering, why can't the FBI just go in there? Why can't they just get them? You know, this is one of the biggest law enforcement agencies in the world. How difficult is it for you to just go in there and nab some of these criminals?
It's not an easy solution for the FBI just to go into other countries and to take down offenders. We are working hard to do that, but as much power or authority as the FBI may have, we don't have jurisdiction or authority in countries around the world. And that's where our relationships and our partnerships with the host nation law enforcement and their government officials plays a really big role.
Kevin Metcalf is a deputy prosecuting attorney in Arkansas. He's also the CEO and founder of the National Child Protection Task Force. They provide detectives, analysts, and officers, both locally and regionally, access to investigative expertise and resources that sometimes are unavailable or underfunded in most law enforcement organizations.
The law is very slow to adapt to any kind of social changes, any technology. It's very, very slow. So everybody was trying to stay away from that. It was a super gray area, so I thought, that's where I'll go.
Metcalf says part of the problem, on top of bringing these international criminals to justice, is the amount of oversharing done by people on social media.
Once your images are out there, they're not yours anymore. You don't control them. You don't know how many times they've been downloaded, how many times they've been shared. You don't know how many of them there are that exist out here.
To show us how easy it is to find your information without you realizing it, Metcalf shared with us some of the websites cybercriminals use to track information. To test it out, he looked for my personal information online.
Oh, wow. That's my stuff and my family. It's my mom's email, my deceased father.
In other words, they do their homework on you.
Your email addresses, passwords, phone numbers, usernames, physical address, so all this, license plates.
Metcalf says even if you store images on a Google Cloud and think it's safe, you still run the risk of being compromised or hacked, which is why you need to have multiple passwords on all of your accounts and update them regularly. As for Alicia, she continues to work to protect others, sharing her story to kids at schools across the country.
Support the children. Save us from pedophiles, the pornographers, the monsters. The boogeyman is real, and he lives on the net.
She's testified before Congress and helped push for Alicia's Law, which helps secure funding for task forces and is currently in 12 states.
We have to fund the groups that can protect and rescue the children. The Internet Crimes Against Children task forces are so incredibly underfunded, and the risk is with every single child, and every single child has a device, if not more devices, that they can fall victim on.
For Investigate TV, I'm Carice Jackman.
What a powerful piece that was. If you are a teen or a parent and feel like your children have encountered a sextortion scheme, you can call the FBI. It's a very easy number to remember. This is the tip line number, 1-800-CALL-FBI. You can also go to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's website and file a report there. Very important issue that we investigated there with Carice Jackman. All right, let's switch gears here and talk about Friday and the latest edition of La Prensa Latina. Boy, look at that. What a beautiful cover that is. It is on newsstands right now. It's the largest bilingual newspaper in Memphis, and that is one of the local artists that's featured at the Dixon. Let's talk more about this with our friend Vivian Fernandez de Adamson of La Prensa Latina. She is joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Vivian, good morning to you. How are you?
Hi, good morning, Andrew. How are you?
Doing well. I love that cover there. Tell us more about our local artists at the Dixon.
Yes, thank you, Andrew. Well, yeah, this is Rafael Figueroa, who also works with us here at La Prensa Latina, and he's a very talented artist. So he will be presenting 3 Katrinas this year, made of paper mache. They will be at the Dixon, 2 of them at the Dixon and 1 at the Brooks Museum. But the ones at the Dixon will be there from September 12th until January 7th of next year, excuse me. And the exhibition is entitled Las Catrinas, Tradition, Humor, and Culture. So in addition of highlighting an important part of the Latin culture, this exhibit is coming just in time because Hispanic Heritage Month is just around the corner, and also the Day of the Dead. And also it'll be representing Raphael's talent, you know, and how he proudly represents his Mexican roots and traditions, right? So like I said, there will be 3 Catrinas this year, and they will be displayed in the vestibules of the Education Building at the Dixon Gallery and Gardens, and the other one at the Memphis Brooks Museum, like I said before. The one at the Memphis Brooks Museum will be from October 15th to November 15th. And also, I just wanted to highlight that one of the Catrinas carries almost 100 monarch butterflies. This is like part of the piece's own symbology, so it is very interesting. And it's just beautiful how, you know, he creates this figures, this iconic figure, you know, from the Day of the Dead, which is a very important tradition in Mexico and Latin America as a whole. So the materials that he used for the Catrinas include newspaper, bond paper, corrugated cardboard, paste, white glue, silicone, vinyl paint, and other plastic and metal accessories as well. So it is very interesting, and I invite the whole community to go and see these beautiful creations by Raphael.
That's wonderful. I mean, that's something that we can all just enjoy at the Dixon. Dixon Gallery is such a beautiful place, too, and I love seeing that. And, you know, you mentioned Hispanic Heritage Month next month. And there is something that at Stax Museum where they're kicking off Hispanic Heritage Month. Tell me more.
Right. Yes, they will kick off Hispanic Heritage Month with a very cool band. Their name is the Chicano Soul Music Band, the Sinceres. This is going to be on September 7th and September 8th. So the first part will take place at the Stax Museum on Thursday, September 7th from 6 to 8. It'll be a conversation with the band about their music. You know, they're going to be discussing their musical influences, their favorite classic records, and how their music fits into the larger modern soul and R&B ecosystem. Later in the evening, they will be at the Central Station Hotel for a special vinyl-only DJ set in Nate and the Stand, which is the bar, you know, the bar in the lobby. And this is starting at 9 p.m. The third part of the event will be a concert with the Sinceres at the Levy Shell, Overton Park Shell. I'm so used to call it the Levy Shell. I'm so sorry. So this is the Overton Park Shell, and it's going to be on Friday September 8th at 7 p.m. This event is totally free.
That's the best part right there, Vivian. Sounds amazing. Okay, so moving on, I see that the Mexican consulate got some archaeological pieces in Memphis. Tell me more about that. That's really interesting.
It is, yes, thank you. Well, Ambassador Carlos Ignacio Giral Gabrales, who is a consul of Mexico in Little Rock, he received from the CBP agents a collection of 281 archaeological pieces that had been seized during 4 different events when in transit through Memphis. The recovery of these artifacts is more than a simple legal act. It is a significant gesture of respect towards the history and identity of Mexico. And they represent like probably over 3,000 years, you know, and of knowledge and beliefs that are essential for the culture in Mexico and for their society as well. So it is, you know, a historic event, actually.
It sounds like it. I mean, it looks amazing. I love that. And to have that in Memphis, that's quite a treat. You can find these stories and much more on the cover of and the pages of La Prensa Latina on newsstands now. You can also go to laprensalatina.com. Before we let you go, Vivian, anything else you want to mention?
No, just have a great weekend. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Vivian Fernandez de Adamson. We appreciate you as always. Enjoy your weekend
Likewise.
as well. Thanks.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, Amanda Hansen here in the Action News 5 digital desk. So All right, Amanda Hansen here in the Action News 5 digital desk. So you finally found the apartment that you want. You can afford it. You have gotten through, you've been accepted. You've filled out everything that you needed to. And the last thing you need to do, fill out your lease. Well, we have an expert here to talk more about some of the things you maybe need to keep in mind before you sign the dotted line. It is it's founder and CEO of Dwellzy, Jonas Bordeaux. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing great. Great to be here.
Well, I'm glad to have you on because I think this is something people here in the Mid-South are really interested to know about. We get emails and phone calls all the time about tenants that are upset with their landlords and they're not fixing this. You know, I don't have the AC's not repaired and, you know, they're telling us we have to pay for this out of pocket. So let's kind of go through that checklist on what you need to do before you agree to a lease.
Well, you know, the first and most important thing that you really need to think about with the lease is this is a legal contract and you actually have to read it. I know we're all conditioned these days. You know, we sign so many contracts in the course of just getting on the internet for 10 minutes. You accept contracts right, left, and center, and most of the time that has no consequences. But when you're signing a lease for an apartment or a rental house, that is a binding legal contract, and it can be really quite complex. I've seen leases that are 85 pages or longer. So there's a lot of details in there, and you really need to attempt to understand it. Some of the basics are, you know, how much are you actually going to have to pay? Some of the headline costs may not include some other expenses that are in there, so you really need to understand that. What are your renewal rights? What can you expect from the landlord in terms of repairs, as you mentioned, Amanda? You know, how's the landlord going to behave? A lot of that is written in the lease. So if you read the lease, you really understand that a lot better. If you don't, you're at a huge disadvantage.
Good advice. And like you said, some of those leases can be 80 pages long. And a lot of times I've been through the process where you're getting the apartment. They'll be like, well, this piece of paper essentially just means this. And they just want you to sign. Right. So like you said, reading that fine print, making sure you fully understand what they're going to be responsible for and whatnot. And then I know at one point was talking about the acceleration clause. Can you talk about that and the importance of recognizing and paying attention to that as well?
Yeah, the acceleration clause can be a real surprise for folks. Sometimes you move into a place and it seems great, and then you find out, lo and behold, the landlord is selling the place and you have to be out in 30 days. That can be quite shocking for a lot of people. But so, you know, read the lease, look for a clause that says what happens if the landlord sells or if the landlord wants you out for some reason. Do they have an acceleration clause in there that allows them to end the lease early under certain situations? Because you may think you're secure for 12 months or longer. But with an acceleration clause in there, your lease can end much faster. So that's a really important thing to look for.
There's also the whole thing about the landlord's right to enter your apartment, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You know, one of the things that is, you know, fundamentally you're renting a place, it's a landlord's place. They have some right to enter, not only for, you know, things that you might not want them to do, but also just to do basic maintenance. And, you know, sometimes there's things like replacing the HVAC filter that they need to do from time to time just to maintain the place. So there's generally rules in the lease about what the landlord's right of entry is, how much notice do they have to give you, you know, what kind of repeated entry is allowed, what circumstances under which they're allowed. And generally it's quite specific in there about that. So if you know that and you understand that, that's going to stand you in good stead, and you'll be, you know, much better able to deal with the landlord and the things that they have to do. If you don't, and you get frustrated with the landlord coming by, sometimes the landlord just needs to do the basics on your place. And other times the landlord really shouldn't be in there or is really bothering you if, you know, for example, they're marketing the place or trying to re-rent it. It can be quite invasive. So understanding the lease, understanding what their rights are and what your rights are is really important to make sure you get along with your landlord in that situation.
You know, another thing that I thought was interesting was making sure you understand about whether or not you can sublet or Airbnb your rental, because I think a lot more people are doing that sort of thing now.
Yeah. Yeah, no, rents are up a lot. I was just looking before this call, you know, 3-bedroom house rents, which is a very popular rental type in Memphis, up almost 20% over the last year. And, you know, some people are saying, well, I'm going to be out of town or I'm going to be staying at a friend's house for a couple of days. I'll just Airbnb it and that'll help me make my rent. But that is a very specific thing that's called out in the lease most of the time as to whether you're allowed to not just sublet for short term, but sublet for long term. You know, say you take a job in another part of the country and you've got another 6 months left on your lease. Are you able to sublet it to somebody else, or are you on the hook for the balance of that lease? It's really important, again, to read the lease to understand that. And increasingly, landlords are allowing Airbnb activity in the house so long as it's done responsibly. But it's not the case everywhere, and a lot of landlords are still not allowing it. So again, understanding what your lease allows and how that's going to impact your ability to make rent. If you're counting on an extra $200, $300, $500 from Airbnb-ing your place in order to pay the rent, you got to make sure you're able to do that.
For sure. And like I said, it's so common. People are wanting to do that now. And like you said, with the rent, it's expensive to rent here in Memphis. And so, yeah.
It really, really is. $1,600 a month rent for a 3-bedroom house, that's almost $20,000 a year. Like, that is a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. That's why I finally decided to buy. So I'm in a home now, but I have been a renter for 10 plus years. So yeah, it's very expensive. Another thing I think is important that people need to make sure to look at is, what happens after their lease is over, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. The end of the lease is a really important time for a bunch of reasons. Number one, you've got a security deposit on the hook. So you want to make sure you leave your place in good condition. You want to make sure you take some photographs of the place when you're moving in the original condition before you put a single piece of your furniture in or touch the place. And you send those over to your landlord so you have agreement on what the place looked like when you moved in. And then when you're moving out, take a look at those photos and understand what the difference is. If there's a couple of nail holes from putting up paintings and that sort of thing, that shouldn't be an issue. And there's always wear and tear. Carpet only lasts 3 or 4 years, that kind of thing. But if your dog has dug a hole in the carpet, or if something went wrong and there's a hole in the wall somewhere, you're going to be on the hook for that. So really understanding the condition of the place is important. And then understanding your notice requirements. Do you have to give 90 days notice, 60 days notice, 30 days notice? That'll tell you how far in advance you need to give that notice. And then there's a lot of rules around, what the inspections look like, how clean you have to leave the place, all of those sorts of things. So it's really, again, important to understand the lease and what the terms are around that, because you want to leave in good condition. And in a lot of cases, your new landlord will call your old landlord to find out how you were as a tenant in that home. And so you want that landlord to say nice things about you wherever possible. And you want to get your security deposit back for sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was where I was going next, is making sure you know how you're going to get your security deposit back. Is there going to be some sort of cleaning fee that's going to be automatically docked off from what your security deposit was? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, in the lease, there will be detailed description of how your security deposit is going to be handled. Most of the time, it's held by the landlord for the duration of the lease, and it is available to you, but not a guarantee that it's going to come back to you. And there's always, challenges on the margin with differences. Did that carpet really need to be replaced? Did that wall really need to be repainted? There's a lot of frustration in those details, but most of the time, it's pretty straightforward. If you can document that you are leaving the place in the same condition that you found it, you are entitled to get your security deposit back. The key is you have to have that documentation to make sure you're doing it. Most of the time, if you're renting from a big company, it can be fairly straightforward, although even there I've seen problems with disagreements between the landlord and the company that they're renting from. But with individual landlords, there's a lot of nuance and a lot of lack of understanding about how these things work. So really, make sure you have your act together just in case your landlord doesn't. Again, make sure you send those photos when you first move in about the condition to your landlord and you all agree. And then when you serve notice, do a walkthrough with the landlord and understand any issues. If you have the ability to do a little patching and painting, then go ahead and do that and talk to the landlord about what you're going to do. Always make sure you leave it as clean as possible when you go out. If you can do that yourself, that's great. Sometimes that means getting a cleaning crew yourself through. I guarantee you a cleaning crew you're going to find is probably going to be less expensive than a cleaning crew the landlord's going to use and charge you for. So make sure you really, tick and tie all those details.
Good point. All good information. And, I figured it would be an easy transition to say, like you said, you've read the lease, you went through it all, and you mentioned the rent in Memphis just being so high.
Yeah.
Are there ways to negotiate your lease? Is that possible?
100%. And thank you so much for asking for that, because, so many folks don't realize they can negotiate their rent. You wouldn't buy a car without negotiating. Everybody's very conditioned to that experience. But it's exactly the same around the rent. And there's all kinds of different things you can get. And the most important thing is to really understand what you want and understand what the landlord wants. Say you need an extra parking space and the landlord has one. Maybe that's something you can negotiate for. Say you don't need the parking space for your unit and you can give that back and the landlord can rent that to somebody else. Maybe that's an opportunity to get a lower rent. Maybe you're handy and you want to, do some fix up stuff around the house, and that's something you enjoy. Well, that's a great skill set to have, and that's really valuable to the landlord, especially small landlords, because they often don't have the resources to do that effectively themselves. So if you can take on a portion of that, that's worth a lower rent in a lot of cases. So, again, understand what your landlord wants. Understand what you want and are able to contribute, and then try to find the middle ground where everybody benefits a little bit. And you can often save some serious money on the rent or get a few other things thrown in, free parking spot, an extra month of rent. There's all kinds of different things you could possibly ask for.
And I think a lot of times people don't even think that that's an option, that they can't negotiate, that they just have to sign the dotted line and what you see is what you got to pay. And so good stuff. I'm glad that we went through some of that. So anything else you want to make sure we mention before we let you go?
I think the key is just renting's a great choice for a lot of people, right? It gives you a lot of flexibility. You have more time in your day because you don't have to do maintenance of your own home. And in almost every market in the country, including Memphis, renting is cheaper than owning in most cases. So it's a great choice for a lot of people, and it's something to be celebrated to get your new rental home. The important thing is just to find the right place for you.
Jonas Bordeaux, CEO and founder of Dwellsy. This has been a great conversation. It's so informative and helpful. And I mean, it gives people that are renting right now something to think about. So I appreciate you and your time.
Amanda, thank you so much. And if your viewers want anything more, Everything Renting is now available in bookstores with a lot more details on this. So thank you.
Well, Amanda Hansen back here at the Action News 5 digital desk. A lot of parents had that high school senior. They're now headed to college. Our kids going back for, sophomore, senior year to college. And it's difficult. It's hard to say goodbye. You're sending them off into the world to live on campus, maybe distances away from you. And so it's important to make sure you're staying connected with your child. College is such a hard time, and you're growing, you're learning who you are, you're trying to figure out your next steps, and then just all the challenges that come along the way of a child being out for their first time without their parent kind of monitoring what they're doing their homework, making sure that they're, staying out of the wrong crowds. And so we want to dive into this and talk about how you can really make sure that you're staying connected with your child during this time in their life. And we have David McGee that's joining us here back on the digital desk again. David, I know we just had you back on here not too long ago talking about just the tough conversations that you need to have with your child before you send them off to college. But now once they get there, it's important to make sure that you're still touching base, you're there, you're that person they can lean on. Good morning, and let's go ahead and dive in and talk about it.
Great, thanks for having me.
So how do you start this? You send them off, you want them to have they're ready to have their independence, and I'm going to take on the world, and this is a big transition in their life. How do you go about making sure that you're still letting them know that you're there and you want to make sure that you're keeping them on the right path?
I think it's so important that you don't hover over them. However, you want to maintain a presence of support, of listening. You need to let them know consistently you are there and there for them without consistently hovering over them, if that makes sense.
Absolutely makes sense, because like you said, they don't want you to hover. They want to adventure out. They want to start taking the world on their own. And so what about making sure they have the tools that they need and sharing those with them in order to make sure that they do thrive?
That's right. So every college and university has counseling centers. And what I tell parents, when you're dropping your child off, You yourself might want to locate that, and you also want to make sure you share that information with them, not in a pushy way. They don't like to be pushed, but you want to give them the tools of there's support available. Also, it's important to know that some 80% of college students will feel very lonely at some point during the career. Not a little bit lonely, and not some of them. Most of them will feel at some point very lonely. It's important that you understand as parents, and also that your child understands and you convey to them that it's normal to have those feelings. I have a niece checking in to the dorm at Ole Miss. I was talking to her yesterday. She's a freshman. And I said, look, you're going to feel two very strong feelings. One is such excitement. Two, afraid a little bit, anxious a lot. These go hand in hand. They're natural. Conveying that to your student is so critical.
And I know one of the points that you mentioned as I was reading through just some of these tips is having the joy talk. Explain that.
Yeah, so, we've taught young people, and we ourselves, when we went to college, you're thinking, well, this is the time of your life. And the rite of passage of that seems to mean substances and parties. The truth of the matter is what all young people want is joy. And we know that substances take joy away. So what you want to encourage your child to do and feel the freedom to do is to explore themselves, to have fun with friends, to understand that, a good walk or engaging with friends brings a lot of that joyful stimulation. And it's not necessarily the party. And in fact, the vast majority of students that I know who aren't having joy, they're spending their time in substances, marijuana, alcohol, that steal this joy. So it's very important to convey that message.
For sure. And I know we were talking during our last conversation, it's just how marijuana and some of these substances are so different from when, like, say, you were back at that point in your life. And so it's important that they understand, finding that joy and not leaning into those sorts of things. Sometimes I notice, when teenagers and you're interacting with them, sometimes they're going to be kind of short answer. They're not going to say a lot, you'll ask, so how's it going? It's good. How do you get that conversation going? And what advice do you have as far as like that goes to get them to really have those deeper conversations?
So what parents need to do to maintain contact with their college student is don't call them and message them continually and tell them what they should be doing on campus. It's very important for parents to stay present with your college student, but present in an openness. Bring open-ended questions. How did it feel going to your first day of classes? Pause. How does it feel when your roommate is out on the town and you're at home trying to organize or study? Pause. Listen. These kind of open-ended questions will give you the clues to how they are truly doing. If you give them the loaded question, how are you doing? Fine, as you note, that's what you're going to get back. They want to please you. They want to please us. And so having those open-ended questions is so critical. And one thing I'll add is, not to put the fear in parents, but just this week in Oxford, in tiny Oxford, which people always say is like Mayberry, the police and sheriff's department put out a release 2 days ago that said there's a rise in overdoses directly tied to counterfeit pills, which have fentanyl in them, right here in our community in Oxford. And parents are like, what do I do? That's why my latest book out is called Things Have Changed. It's written for parents. And I share a lot of these tips because parents, we can get gripped by fear. These things are here. They are here. But how you convey to your child, keeping the conversation open with them, letting them know where there's resources so they don't try to tempt and self-medicate themselves into a dangerous spot.
And I love the point you said when you're talking to your kids to just listen. Because sometimes that's just what they need, is someone that's going to listen to them. They're going to tell them, you know, validate their feelings. And sometimes that's what they need, right?
Oh, listen, you got it. Validate their feelings. They need to be seen and heard. And I finally learned with my daughter, who battled an eating disorder when she was in high school and college, and she's now in her late 20s and a mother of 3, and we have a wonderful relationship. I've learned to, if she's feeling some anxiety about motherhood or something now, to say, hey, how are you doing? And what can I do for you? Validate it. Instead of trying to go, it's okay. Hey, you've got this big event coming up this weekend and it's all going to be fine. Trying to talk her out of it did not work. Validating them, seeing them, and validating their feelings. They're off at college. Sure, they're excited. They're scared. They're afraid. And they're wondering, how do I fit in? Where is my place? And who am I?
Exactly. And, you know, I like the idea of having those conversations, getting them to talk, and the book, you know, things have changed. And like you said, there is a lot that's changed. And I think a lot of times kids in college, that age, they're like, Mom, Dad, you don't understand. You don't understand. It's different. And so I think it's great to have this tool that helps to give them some insight into how it's changed. And another important,
because it's changed so much, parents say to me, like, I know what's going on. And I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have a clue, because it has changed so fast and so drastically.
Oh, for sure. And you know, if you are concerned about your child, you know, a lot of times, you know, you have these conversations. You don't want to miss those verbal cues that something's wrong. I mean, how do you go about just looking for, just being mindful of that?
Maya Angelou said it best. We know ourselves better than others. If somebody says they're crazy, meaning, she said, look, if your child is expressing anxiety to you or feeling alone, hear them. Believe them. It is real. It is real. It's important to hear what they speak, because they are speaking truth to you. And then you can decide if they speak this truth, anxiety or aloneness or depression, immediately move into counseling. Do not think that you're the counselor and you will talk them out of it. There is help available, and a lot of times it's free within the university as part of their tuition. So I would move in and get that help.
And I know you also mentioned the 5 ways to get to the root of the problem. Can you talk about those?
Yeah, listen, when you start asking open-ended questions, this is a tool that's used in lean manufacturing. It's like in auto manufacturing, they'd say, well, it takes 20 minutes to put the hood on that car. Well, as the team working together, you can find solutions you didn't know existed. And soon it's taken, 8 minutes to put the hood on that car. Young people are the same. They don't know the answer off the tip of their tongue as to what they're facing. If you ask them these open-ended questions, the 5 whys. Why did you miss your class? Well, because I slept late. Why did you sleep late? Well, because I was out last night. Why were you out last night? Because my friend said I had to go with her. What happened there? We drank too much. So it becomes an issue of peer pressure and drinking too much, not sleeping late. Ask open-ended questions.
David, this has been a great conversation. I know it's helpful for parents that are watching right now. Any last anything you want to leave people with before we wrap things up here?
Yeah, it's a scary time. And look, I've lost a son to an accidental overdose from addiction that he got on a college campus. But I have another son who nearly died, who's now 11 years sober, a daughter who battled eating disorder, who's in recovery. Look, it's a scary time, but maintaining that present conversation, not in a pushy manner. Be there, be present, ask and listen, will unlock a relationship with your child that you've never had before. And it can be magical, and that college experience will be a lot of fun. Well,
David McGee, author of Things Have Changed, also the creator of the William McGee Institute for Student Wellbeing over at the University of Mississippi. David, these are always great conversations, and you're always welcome on the Digital Desk anytime. You have a great rest of your day, all right?
Thank you so much. I look forward to being back.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Most kids are back in class. It's still summer technically, so it's a good time to really kind of do kind of a revalve. What's going on? What do you have in your house? Perhaps your medicine cabinet. What should we keep there? What's expired? That sort of thing. There's a lot of questions. It's a good transition to kind of figure out what to keep for the fall upcoming here. We're at the kind of towards the end of August. Let's bring in Dr. Andres Gandy. She is with Methodist North Hospital. She's the pharmacy director there, to give us more insight of what to really kind of do with some of the stuff in our medicine cabinet. Good morning, Dr. Gandy. Tell us what we should be looking for, or what should we be clearing out of our medicine cabinet. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. For the first thing, you want to start and be sure that, we clean out any drugs that are expired. I know that cleaning out the medicine cabinet can be a little overwhelming, especially this time of year when you're getting kids and getting things ready to go back to school, but it is super important to do. So take the time, just kind of fraction it off and say, I'm going to look at these drugs today and maybe those drugs tomorrow. But take one medication at a time. Look at the expiration date. See if that drug expires. If it does, put it to the side so you can get all your expired drugs out of the medication cabinet. We do not want anyone to take something that has passed the expiration date.
What about sunscreen? Does it really stop working when it's expired?
Well, the thing about the expiration date, the chemical composition does change. So what can happen, it can be no longer effective. So as a pharmacist, we do not recommend you take or use anything past the expiration date because you could possibly lose effectiveness. So once the FDA regulates and say this is the date that we think you should discard of this sunscreen or of this medication, the recommendation is to go ahead and discard it at the recommended date that's on the medication bottle or the sunscreen.
What about the shelf life of over-the-counter medications like pain relievers and cough syrup? I know that I had some Advil from several years ago, and it expired, and I noticed a little bit of a difference, and the difference was that it wasn't as powerful, it wasn't as strong. Is that typically what happens?
That's correct. So the medications can degrade potency over time. And so over time, it does not still have the potency that is recommended for that medication. So it'll lose some of its effectiveness. Also, there's a risk of bacterial growth, is no longer studied past that date. And so that's a risk as well. So again, you will lose some effectiveness of the medication. So we ask that you don't take that risk. I know that, it's kind of common for people to say, oh, it's only 6 months old, or it's only a year old, past expiration date. But the recommendation from your pharmacist and from the FDA is to no longer use it past that time because it hasn't been studied, and that's not a date that they prefer you to continue to take that medication.
All right, so let's say we clean out our medications, we keep everything that is not expired, and the expired stuff we want to throw away, but don't we have to be careful with what we throw away? I mean, we have to throw it away in a certain proper manner, correct?
That's correct. I think, if you're going to take your medications and you want to get rid of the expired medications in the most proper way, you can mix those expired medications in kitty litter or coffee grounds and mix it in with that and then put it in the trash can, but not just to put it in the trash can by itself. There's also some medications, if you look at the FDA flush list, that is acceptable to flush down the toilet. There's also what we call National Drug Take Back Day. And the next upcoming National Drug Take Back Day is October the 26th. And so on that day, there will be places all across the city of Memphis where you can just drop off medications, no questions asked, and then they will be discarded appropriately that way as well. So there's 3 ways. Again, just a reminder, you can use kitty litter or coffee grind. Just put that in the, mix it in with the medication before you put it in the trash. There's your National Drug Take Back Day. And then there's also a flush list that you can Google to see if the medication that you have is appropriate to be flushed down the toilet.
You know, I've never heard that. That is great stuff right there. I appreciate it. And October 26th. Okay, I got that marked down. You mentioned what to take out of your medicine cabinet. What about medications that you should always have in your household?
Yeah, I think there's definitely some classes of drugs that you always want to have available. I think it's very good to always have some pain medications available. So your ibuprofens, your Tylenols, your Aleve, things of that nature. You always want to have something available in case you do find yourself in pain. And so you want to always have that class of drugs available. It's also important, especially I tell people when they travel, always have something for an upset stomach. You never want to be in a situation where you have an upset stomach and you don't have the medications to help treat you, to help you feel better. So, Pepto-Bismol, Imodium, things of that nature that can help you if you're in a situation where you have an upset stomach. And also another class of drugs that I think are important is going to be anything for your allergies or sinuses. Benadryl is a good medication to have. And with us going into the fall, you want to have your cough medications, your Robitussin, and things of that nature to be sure that you're prepared for pretty much anything that happens. So if you have those you're pretty much in a good space to kind of help you get over your symptoms.
Dr. Gandy, it's always probably a good reminder to know for many of those viewers that are watching us, we have thousands that watch us each and every morning, what medications you should not mix with alcohol. Can you just, like over-the-counter stuff, can you go over some of that?
Yeah, you want to not mix anything like your ibuprofens or aspirins. You don't want to mix those drugs with alcohol. It's not good to really mix. We recommend that you don't mix any drugs with alcohol, but definitely stay away from anything that also has blood thinning properties. So you won't do anything like aspirin or anything like that to mix with alcohol, because that could cause some increase in drug levels and cause some ineffective things to happen. And we don't want that to move forward.
Absolutely. Okay, this has been very informative, Dr. Gandy. Anything else you want to add before we let you go?
No, just be safe and always be sure to look at your expiration dates, especially if you have children in your home. Make sure that the medication is in a space that is safe and away from your children.
Okay, Dr. Gandy, we really appreciate your time. Thanks so very much. Very informative. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as the Action News 5 digital properties and Action News 5.5 Action News Plus. Here's a look at what to expect as you go through the remainder of this Friday. Lots of sunshine. Once we get past some morning clouds as a frontal boundary makes its way through the area, that's going to usher in a little bit of drier air from the north and east. Morning 70s will still manage, though, upper 80s to near 90 degrees, but the heat cranks up here in the next few days. 92 the forecast high on your Saturday, mostly sunny. Keep in mind, that's where we should be for this time of the year, not the lower 80s like we saw earlier this week. Back to the middle 90s by Sunday, and of course the heat and humidity likely cranking up in a big way over the next few days. Let's get you through the weekend, not looking terribly bad. For today, again, upper 80s and low 90s expected, lots of sunshine after some morning cloudiness. Keep in mind, we also have Friday football fever. That kicks off tonight, our game of the week, Bartlett and MUS. Looks like the weather should hold out. Looking great for that. Temperatures will ease down through the middle 80s at kickoff, down to the middle 70s by the end of the game. We'll bottom out in the 60s to start off early on your Saturday morning under a mostly clear sky. We'll keep the warming trend going, lower 90s in most locations for your Saturday. Look out to the west, near 100 degrees along from Little Rock down to Pine Bluff at 101 down there in Pine Bluff. From the morning 60s and 70s on your Sunday. Look at the sunshine pushing the numbers up into the middle 90s, and look at 100 degrees across much of the state of Arkansas. And of course, for us, the heat continues to crank up here in the next few days. The middle 90s on Sunday will operate more like about 106, but you get towards early next week, heat advisory to excessive heat warning criteria in play, as highs getting upper 90s to close to 100 degrees as we head towards Wednesday and Thursday, with feels like temperatures 110 to 115. Let's take you out to the tropics as well, because not only are we having to deal with the heat, but we're also looking out at the heating up of the tropics as we are approaching the statistical peak of the tropical season in the Atlantic. Usually that's about September 10th. So the last 2 weeks of August going into the month of September and early October. It tends to be the major peak of the tropical season in the Atlantic. We have two waves that we're keeping an eye on, Invest 98L and 99L. The one 98L has a higher chance of development here in the next couple of days. In the next 5 days, we expect the development chances to continue. Same thing for the middle one. There's another disturbance that's making its way over towards the Leeward and Windward Islands. That has a lower chance of development, but of course all eyes go to what you see heading towards the Gulf of Mexico. A little disturbance that is north of Hispaniola will work its way across the Florida Straits into the Gulf of Mexico, and it does have a chance for developments, a low chance, but at any rate, it's likely to bring some moisture to portions of Texas and southwest Louisiana that desperately need some rainfall. Does that have some bearing on our forecast here in the Mid-South? More than likely not, as we will stay underneath the dome of high pressure that will keep the weather very quiet here in the next couple of days. For that very reason, we will stay dry here between now and all the way through next week, and that will eventually dry out the soil, which then in turn will dry out the air, then in turn heats us up more efficiently with more sunshine on the way. Mostly to partly sunny skies next week will push the temperatures up into the upper 90s to close to 100 degrees. I think we will approach 100 probably as early as Wednesday, likely Thursday, Friday, and then a front will approach the region by the upcoming weekend. That could bring in a chance for a couple of showers and storms, but the chances look to be generally pretty slim. In the meantime, we'll be close to normal today and tomorrow before the heat really cranks up through the end of the weekend, start of next week.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I don't know about you, but I have family members. There are so many people that struggle with infertility. It has become very common. In fact, there's more than 7 million Americans grappling with all kinds of infertility issues. Assisted reproductive technologies have emerged as a ray of hope, particularly for individuals utilizing what's called donor eggs. And let's bring in someone who's considered an expert with in vitro fertilization and some of the other cutting edge methods that are happening right now. Dr. Jane Frederick is joining us now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. And of the 7 million women, Dr. Frederick, that are grappling with infertility, how many turn to donor eggs for IVF? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. Yes, egg donation has become a really good option for my patients, especially over the age of 40, that don't have an opportunity to get pregnant with their own eggs. I would say probably about 10% of my patients over the age of 40 have difficulty or have failed IVF. I also see some patients with premature ovarian failure. That means that they have a loss of eggs before they turn 40 and they go through an early menopause. Those patients would definitely benefit from egg donation. And I do see a lot of same-sex couples, two gay men. The only way to have a family for them is to match them with an egg donor and a surrogate. So egg donation has definitely become more mainstream, and a lot of patients are able to carry a family with an egg donor.
This is something I haven't heard too much about. I mean, I know that people, and again, I have family members that have struggled with fertility issues, but a donor egg. Tell me how this process works. How are potential egg donors chosen? And you know, without getting too graphic, take us through the process.
So egg donors are recruited through agencies that I work with. The recipient will match with an egg donor. She is actually somebody who is between age of 21 to 30, and she undergoes a very careful medical and physical exam to make sure that she's not carrying any medical diseases, no substance abuse. She undergoes a very careful genetic evaluation as well to rule out any genetic issues that run in her genes. She also undergoes a very careful psychological screen. And in this consultation, it's discussed, are you comfortable giving up your egg to another couple? Usually when I interview my egg donors during the screening process, I ask them, why do you want to go through shots and surgery for this process? And the majority of the time, the answer is because I want to help another couple who can't have a baby. So there's a lot of altruism in my egg donors that come forward to match. The other key part is the legal. So the egg donor must meet with the attorney. The attorney is very up to date on issues involving egg donors and releasing their egg. And they have to feel comfortable releasing the egg to that couple. It becomes their property down the road. So there's a lot of screening that goes involved. The recipient will match with the egg donor, and it's usually anonymous. They don't know each other, they don't meet each other. And then the egg donor will undergo stimulation with medications, and that will help to produce 10 or 15 eggs per cycle. Once the eggs are right, and I know that because I'm monitoring the egg donor very carefully, then she undergoes a surgery in my office, and it requires anesthesia. I do harvest her eggs, usually about 10 to 15 per cycle. And then the laboratory takes over and causes the fertilization to occur and an embryo to form in the laboratory. So you really need a very state-of-the-art lab involved with your process through IVF to give you the best success. Once the embryo is formed, it gets transferred into the recipient's uterus. And the recipient is also being monitored with different medications because there's a lot of synchrony that has to occur between the embryo and the uterus in order to get a live birth.
Yeah, Dr. Frederick, that is very state-of-the-art, very cutting edge. I want to back up just a second here and talk about IVF, in vitro fertilization, because it is so expensive. It costs tens of thousands of dollars, and I hear from couples that talk about how they've spent so much money doing IVF. Are there ways to improve the chances of success with IVF that you could talk about?
Yes, there are ways. Definitely when we're doing IVF, the medications are very expensive. So we try our best to give the optimal amount of dose without overdosing the patient. That's number one. There are more insurance companies that we are lobbying to get IVF covered. And I know in California, there's a Senate bill that's in the process of going through. Hopefully will allow more patients the opportunity to experience the IVF procedure without the heavy cost and the heavy burden that most patients have.
I was going to ask, can you go over a typical cost for not just IVF, but also IVF with a donor egg?
IVF with a donor egg, because you're monitoring two people at the same time, it can run anywhere from $20,000 to $25,000. So that's really a high cost for most couples. And our goal is to try to make that as least costly as possible by minimizing the side effects, which is the hyperstimulation syndrome. We worry a lot about that for our egg donors. So giving them the dose that's appropriate that will produce just enough eggs is the goal for that process. But it is expensive, and I'm hopeful that more insurance companies will see an advantage to covering this so other couples can utilize this great technology.
Okay, $20,000 to $25,000. Wow, that is a large chunk of change. What is the success rate of that that process with IVF with a donor egg?
So in the process of developing an embryo, it's really important that you synchronize the uterus of the recipient who's receiving that embryo. So a lot of my expertise goes into making sure that both the egg donor is appropriately stimulated, that she's successful in her harvest of eggs, and that the recipient will also be on the right amount of medications to help her uterus be receptive. And when that occurs, about 60 to 65% of my patients over the age of 40 will be successful with a live birth using IVF with egg donation. So it's really important that you have an experienced specialist and a state-of-the-art lab that we have at HRC that really goes into making this successful program.
Any health risks for the donor of the egg?
So as I mentioned, the most important health risk is that we try to prevent ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome. We're very concerned about our egg donors. We don't want them to be overstimulated, and about 1% of patients receiving stimulation drugs will have too many eggs, that the body develops a lot of fluid intra-abdominally, and they may require a hospitalization. So to prevent ovarian hyperstimulation in my patients, I give the minimal amount of medication needed, and I trigger with a drug called Lupron. Lupron is a medication that has greatly reduced the risk of ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome in the egg donors and in my IVF patients who are at risk. So there are ways to prevent OHSS, and the technology is there.
Sorry about that. Dr. Jane Frederick, we really appreciate this discussion. It is amazing how the medical field has really evolved over time with so much out there to help couples that are struggling with fertility. Thanks very much for this discussion. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me today.
Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about travel and booking that next flight, because much of the country, you're dealing with summer temperatures. Summer's kind of winding down, but travel experts say now is the time to think about traveling this holiday season, believe it or not, because now is the time you want to save, okay? So we have Jen Sullivan now with maybe 5 tips to lock in some cheap prices for those airline seats.
Summer is still in full swing, and the last thing on many people's minds are the winter holidays. But if you're planning to fly to your destination this 2023, travel experts say now is the best time to book flights.
And the reason why is, think about it like you're buying a winter coat. When do those tend to go on sale? In the summertime. It's the same thing with those winter flights.
Travel expert Scott Keyes has 5 tips to lock in the cheapest prices on your airline tickets. 1. Check if it's cheaper to book 2 one-way flights instead of just 1 round-trip flight, even if it means booking with 2 separate airlines.
Searching for one-way flights and comparing the price against the round-trip flight is going to be in your best interest. You can sometimes save $100 or $200 just by doing that.
2. Use your points or miles. Kai says you can often get a good deal during the peak holiday travel season. Kai says one way to know if you're getting a good deal with points is to get at least 2 cents per point. 3. Check fares for nearby airports. Sometimes you'll find cheaper fares than at your destination airport. 4. If you're looking to travel internationally, consider traveling over Thanksgiving. Kai says that's the hidden best week of the entire year for overseas travel, because most Americans are traveling domestically to see family. And finally, consider traveling on the actual holiday themselves.
I often see fares that are 30 or 40% cheaper than a few days before or a few days after.
For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as the Action News 5 digital properties and Action News 5.5 Action News Plus. Here's a look at what to expect as you go through the remainder of this Friday. Lots of sunshine. Once we get past some morning clouds as a frontal boundary makes its way through the area, that's going to usher in a little bit of drier air from the north and east. Morning 70s will still manage, though, upper 80s to near 90 degrees, but the heat cranks up here in the next few days. 92 the forecast high on your Saturday, mostly sunny. Keep in mind, that's where we should be for this time of the year, not the lower 80s like we saw earlier this week. Back to the middle 90s by Sunday, and of course the heat and humidity likely cranking up in a big way over the next few days. Let's get you through the weekend, not looking terribly bad. For today, again, upper 80s and low 90s expected, lots of sunshine after some morning cloudiness. Keep in mind, we also have Friday football fever. That kicks off tonight, our game of the week, Bartlett and MUS. Looks like the weather should hold out. Looking great for that. Temperatures will ease down through the middle 80s at kickoff, down to the middle 70s by the end of the game. We'll bottom out in the 60s to start off early on your Saturday morning under a mostly clear sky. We'll keep the warming trend going, the lower 90s in most locations for your Saturday. Look out to the west, near 100 degrees along from Little Rock down to Pine Bluff at 101 down there in Pine Bluff. From the morning 60s and 70s on your Sunday. Look at the sunshine pushing the numbers up into the middle 90s and look at 100 degrees across much of the state of Arkansas. And of course, for us, the heat continues to crank up here in the next few days. The middle 90s on Sunday will operate more like about 106, but you get towards early next week, heat advisory to excessive heat warning criteria in play, as highs getting upper 90s to close to 100 degrees as we head towards Wednesday and Thursday with feels like temperatures 110 to 115. Let's take you out to the tropics as well, because not only are we having to deal with the heat, but we're also looking out at the heating up of the tropics as we are approaching the statistical peak of the tropical season in the Atlantic. Usually that's about September 10th. So the last 2 weeks of August going into the month of September and early October tends to be the major peak of the tropical season in the Atlantic. We have two waves that we're keeping an eye on, Invest 98L and 99L. The one 98L has a higher chance of development here in the next couple of days. In the next 5 days, we expect the development chances to continue. Same thing for the middle one. There's another disturbance that's making its way over towards the Leeward and Windward Islands. That has a lower chance of development, but of course all eyes go to what you see heading towards the Gulf of Mexico. Little disturbance that is north of Hispaniola will work its way across the Florida Straits into the Gulf of Mexico, and it does have a chance for developments, a low chance, but at any rate, it's likely to bring some moisture to portions of Texas and southwest Louisiana that desperately need some rainfall. Does that have some bearing on our forecast here in the Mid-South? More than likely not, as we will stay underneath the dome of high pressure that will keep the weather very quiet here in the next couple of days. For that very reason, we will stay dry here between now and all the way through next week, and that will eventually dry out the soil, which then in turn will dry out the air, then in turn heats us up more efficiently with more sunshine on the way. Mostly to partly sunny skies next week will push the temperatures up into the upper 90s to close to 100 degrees. I think we will approach 100 probably as early as Wednesday, likely Thursday, Friday, and then a front will approach the region by the upcoming weekend. That could bring in a chance for a couple of showers and storms, but the chances look to be generally pretty slim. In the meantime, we'll be close to normal today and tomorrow before the heat really cranks up through the end of the weekend and start of next week.
Okay, Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. We have a couple events that are coming up at the Memphis Central Library, the Benjamin Hooks Library, to kick off September. Let's bring in Dylan Miller, Humanities Department with Memphis Public Libraries, to talk about these two events. Good morning to you. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well. How are you?
Doing well, thank you very much. So, so tell us about, we got an 80s night and a Pride kickoff. Tell me more.
On Friday, September 1st, from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., we're going to have a LGBTQIA plus adults only, 21 and up, 80s themed dance party. There'll be live trivia, free food catered by ACO, free alcohol donated by Wiseacre Brewing, and there will be a small prize for the winner with the the guest with the best 80s outfit. And yeah, it's all just free for the public to enjoy. You can register to secure your spot. And it is generously funded by the Friends of the Library.
The 80s, any kind of 80s revival thing is always going to be a good time, and the outfits, you know, are going to be just amazing, I'm sure. So what else you got? You got the 80s night, that's September 1st from 6 to 9 at the Central Library, and tell us about the other event.
And then on the following day, we have our 5th annual Pride Kickoff, which is a family-friendly event that takes place on Saturday, September 2nd, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. And we will have all of our standard offerings. We have over 20 tabling nonprofits that can provide guests with tons of resources that they may not have known that we have here in the Memphis area. We give away raffle prizes to everyone who visits the tables. There'll be a bunch of fun carnival-style games, our Rainbow Family Story Time, and the Tennessee Equality Project is going to do a presentation, and so much more. So we hope everyone can come out. And International Paper provided us with a grant that allowed us to purchase over 200 books that we're going to give away for free at the event. So just by coming, you could secure your own book. Limit one per person, but yeah.
So let me ask you this. So these are Pride events. Is there something in September that I'm missing? Because I thought Pride Month was in June.
That's a fair question. So Memphis Pride Month has historically been celebrated in September. It isn't anymore, seemingly since the pandemic has happened. It has moved to June. But that's when our event has taken place. We first started this event in 2019 in collaboration with Out Memphis, and we started in September in collaboration with their guidance. So that could change, but this year it's September.
Okay, and tell me about attendance in years past. I mean, you guys keep doing it. I would assume that the attendance it's well attended.
It is, yeah. Like I said, the nighttime event for adults is new. This is our second time doing that. But for the Family Day, being our 5th year, not counting 2020, obviously, but we've averaged about 200 guests every year. And so many families love this event. It's a really safe space for every small, like mini pride parade at the event for all ages to enjoy, which is really wholesome. It always makes me cry. So, yeah.
Okay, and if people want some more information, where can they go to get it?
Go to memphislibrary.org. This is all listed on the events page. To register for the adults only night, that would be on September 1st on the events page. But if you just want more info, all of it's listed there. It's also featured on the homepage right now.
Okay, great. Dylan Miller, Humanities Department with Memphis Public Libraries. Appreciate that. Good luck with the events September 1st and September 2nd. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. You have a great day.
You too. Back to school time is so much fun. It can be an exciting time for so many people. In the next few weeks, we're all going to be having all the kids back in class in some form or fashion, whether it's elementary school, middle school, high school, college. Everyone's going to be back. The problem is when it's not fun and when it's not enjoyable, it can lead to anxious moments, perhaps times of depression and that sort of thing. And so there are 7 tips out there to prepare your child mentally for going back to school. Let's bring in Ashley Mills. Ashley has recently penned a piece on 7 tips to prepare your child mentally for back to school, and he is joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. I appreciate you joining us and taking a few minutes. Ashley, tell me, if out of those 7 tips, which one is the most important, do you think?
Honestly, I think they're all fairly important. A couple of things that I really look at is looking at the first day of school for a youth or a child not being the first time they actually see the school. Many of our children transition from middle school to high school or elementary to middle school, or some of our kids even start a brand new school. And that's a very difficult transition for a young person. Transitions inherently are hard for kids. But realizing that, one of the best things that we can do is take the opportunity of the open houses or the opportunity of the week before school or a few days before school to really get an opportunity to go and meet with the teacher, meet with the school, see the layout of the grounds and where the bathrooms are and where the lunchroom is and where your next class will be, so that when the kids come to school, they're not lost for that first day.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea. In fact, I'm looking at some of your 7 tips, and we can go through them. But just the whole idea of having a routine before the first day of school, expectations, that sort of thing. Take us through some of them, because I'd like to talk about a few.
Yeah, certainly. The routine piece is really key for a lot of our children and young teenagers. We've spent an entire summer where we've slept late, we've gone to bed late, and now we're trying to get back in the routine of 6 o'clock in the morning becomes a normal wake-up time. And I don't know about you, but my brain doesn't function well at 6 o'clock in the morning. And so now we're asking kids to get back into a routine of where you have to get up and eat and get ready for school and rush off to school and be ready to go. And so making sure that you're back into a routine of normal bedtime and getting the rest that you need. The other piece that you had mentioned was just looking at the academic side of it and remembering where some of the strengths were from the previous year and maybe even some of the areas that you struggled. And having the parents be able to reach out to the teacher and create that line of communication back and forth between themselves and the teacher, because learning is not just on the shoulders of the child. It really becomes a role of the parent that they have to take on to ensure the success of their child.
I like that. I also see on one of the lists, the school supplies that they need for class, and then, where they're going to school, as you mentioned, having that transition perhaps from elementary to middle or middle to high school, that sort of thing, can be, an unfamiliar thing, can add to that anxiety. And then, having that dialogue with not only the student, but also having the dialogue with the teachers. That's so important. And you see that in some school districts, and some you wish those school districts had more of that parental involvement, right?
You really do. And although I would love to say that it's the responsibility of the school to set that time and to really create that opportunity for the dialogue between the parent and the teacher, I really think that we as clinicians and we as parents really take the opportunity to be an active learner with our child. It's difficult because of work schedules and time availability. And once the school season starts, it's hard for a teacher to have that break period that might be equal to that of the parent. But it's so important for the parent to understand that it's their role as well to be an active participant in their child's learning.
At what point, Ashley, do you see kids having maybe the most anxiety? Is it elementary to middle? Is it middle to high school? Is it maybe some other time?
I think the anxiety just displays itself differently. For your elementary kids looking at that kindergartner or the pre-K kid going to school for the first time, they're finally going to get to have new friends and new social interactions. But that's also a very scary time because there's new adults in their life and there's unknowns. And then you get to middle school and or earlier elementary and then move into middle school where classes begin to change. And am I going to make it to the right class? And the other piece, unfortunately, that comes with school is some of the social media presence. As our kids go into the middle school age, they are going in not only really trying to find themselves academically, but also socially. And social media has made it so much more difficult for our children to adapt and not live in a bit of fear of what's being said about them or trying to keep up with the next person of what they're doing. And then as you get into high school, certainly you've got the pressures of social media, but you also have the pressures of, I've got to do well because college is coming. And so I think that to say that one's more difficult than the other probably is not what I would consider to be a fair statement, but I do think it's an understandable statement of each person going in experiences that same threat or that same feeling of anxiety and fear. They just express it or feel it in a different way and express it in a different way.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And gosh, you're 100% right on the social media aspects. I just dropped off our youngest in college, and I can remember our oldest. So I have a son and daughter, and she went on and on about social media. I remember picking her up in middle school, and she would just be in tears. And I was like, "Did you have a bad day?" She goes, "No, I didn't have a bad day, but social media is so mean." So yeah, it's certainly too prevalent, I think, when it comes to middle schoolers, and kids can be really mean, as you know, I'm sure. What else? Anything else we can touch on that you feel's important that maybe parents, students can talk about before that first day of school?
Yeah, one of the things that's really important is for a parent to sit down with their kid and just ask them, what are you concerned about going into this year? What are you excited about going into this year? Really trying to build school up as this exciting moment for them and an opportunity for them to grow emotionally, educationally. But again, I go back to the piece of the parent and taking that active role with the youth and really helping them feel comfortable and get excited and know that they're supported when school actually starts back.
Where can people, Ashley, see and read your 7 tips to prepare your child mentally for back to school? Is there a place online?
Yeah, we have it posted on the Youth Villages website. I know that they're working on getting that pushed in today, and so if you want to just go to youthvillages.org, the link to that website is there. There's been a couple of other outlets that have run the document as well. So there's a couple of places that you can access the resource, but certainly on the youthvillages.org website would be a great opportunity for you to be able to read that.
Fantastic. All right, Ashley Mills with Youth Villages. 7 tips to prepare your child mentally for back to school. Check out his article there at youthvillages.org. And Ashley, please feel free to come back to the digital desk anytime. Thanks so much for that valuable information. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Want you to take a look at this. This is the latest edition of Memphis Magazine, and it's the City Guide. And I always remark at how awesome the cover looks, how pretty, how beautiful. Check that out. The animation is spectacular, and you can see all the different various landmarks and staples across Memphis and the Mid-South right there. Let's bring in the editor of Memphis Magazine, the CEO of Contemporary Media, Anna Traverse Vogel, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Anna, the City Guide is a big issue each and every year. How does this year compare to others? Good morning.
Hey, Andrew. Good morning. So great to see you. Yeah, we are just delighted with this year's City Guide. We're always trying to think about how to keep it fresh. This is actually the 40th year that we have been producing a City Guide. So it's an exciting issue for us just to think back on all the different incarnations that City Guide has had over those years. And this one especially just feels really special, really personal to us. The cover illustration is by Martha Park, who you may remember also illustrated our June cover for our medical Top Doctors issue. And for the cover, we chose to, as you said, just spotlight some of the different landmarks around town. Of course, there are so many more that we could have featured. But this actually ties into one of my favorite features in City Guide this year, sort of a new thing that we did this year, which was to explore different neighborhoods around the city. I don't know about you, but I feel like Memphis is such a city of neighborhoods that have their own distinct flavor and character. And so we just really wanted to dive into those and talk about what makes them so special. And so Martha illustrated some really beautiful landmarks that represent different neighborhoods. And the cover is a condensation of all of those, but there's much more inside as well.
I love it. I love it. I love the cover, and I love the neighborhoods that Memphis has. I think you're right. Each neighborhood has, its own personality, and it doesn't matter where you go in East Memphis or Midtown, and the different neighborhoods, Evergreen and Central Gardens and Cooper Young. I mean, they're all very distinctive in their own right, and it's really enjoyable to see the various neighborhoods, and so that is a part of this year's City Guide. For someone who doesn't know or isn't familiar with Memphis Magazine, can you explain exactly what the City Guide is?
Sure. So the City Guide is, as the name might give away, sort of an introduction to all things Memphis, or a reintroduction for those of us who maybe have been here for longer. We, in the early days, used to refer to it as a newcomer's guide. And then we realized that actually most of our readers are people who are already living here and might just appreciate some more information. And so, yeah, we include features about all manner of Memphis culture, life in Memphis. So there's a story about Memphis music. And this year, Alex Green, our music writer, chose to focus on the hard rock coming out of Memphis. Not necessarily something that we might think of immediately, but there's actually a really long history here and a lot of great art coming out of here in that sphere. We also have a story about what's going on with the Metal Museum's move to Overton Park and what all that's going to look like. Of course, we have our annual Who's Who selections. So we each year in August do a rundown of the city's newsmakers and movers and shakers. So if you aren't familiar with the people who make Memphis the town that it is, that's at least a good place to start. Of course, there are as always, with so much of what we do, so many more people that could be included, but this is a little over 100, and just try to give a great breadth of people who are working in different areas of the city. And there's really so much more as well in the City Guide. There's a story about sports, and Frank Murtaugh, our sports writer, talks about really things to be excited about and things to be grateful for in Memphis sports. I think it's been a year where there have been maybe a few things in the local sports community that have not been as happy, but we try to have really good vibes in our City Guide. So Frank wanted to put a spotlight on things that are going well, things to celebrate. So there's just so much like that.
Fantastic. I can't wait to read it. I'm sure it's in my mailbox today. I wanted to go back just to kind of look at the cover just a little bit and see if I can get all the different landmarks that you have there.
Yeah, it's a pop quiz.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm looking upper left. Is that the zoo or no?
Upper left is the Orange Mound Tower. So that's right. the building in Orange Mound that you can see from Lamar. That the good folks at Tone, the Black Arts Alliance, are working on a very long range plan to restore and turn into a cultural and creative hub.
I love it. Yes, yes. And then the house next to it.
The house is just a house. So, when we were talking about this this cover with Martha, we talked about the idea to spotlight different neighborhoods. And so one of the things that we decided to do was to include some quieter scenes that just gave a sense of what it might be like if you're driving through Memphis on a summer evening. And so we wanted to just give that quiet residential community feeling in that house, and then also the one on the bottom row. And then I'm sure the third piece of the top row.
Right. So Overton Park Shell. Then we have on the second line Graceland, the Overton Park entrance there, and then we have Ballet Memphis.
So that's actually Collage. So yeah, that is Collage Dance Collective that you see if you're coming in on Sam Cooper. And they have those really big like picture windows over at Collage, and it's a beautiful facility. Of course, we love Ballet Memphis too, but we included Collage as sort of a doorway into the Binghamton neighborhood. And again, when we talked about this with Martha, we talked about wanting to give a sense of the interplay between the outside and the inside. So you'll see little dancers in the windows there. And it's just this sense of like seeing the building, but also seeing the life that's happening within it. So I love the glow from those windows and the dancers.
Yeah, no, that's a great animation there. Of course, Stax Museum is right there on the bottom left, and then Gibson's Donuts. What that's surprising to me.
Yeah, so we wanted to include something that felt very East Memphis, and we love that old neon sign that they have. And if you read the neighborhoods feature that Frank actually wrote on his neighborhood of East Memphis, one of the things that he talks about is stopping by and grabbing some donuts.
Fantastic. Well, I mean, we all love Gibson's Donuts. What's not to love? So appreciate that. Anna, it's fantastic. I can't wait. Is there anything else you wanted to mention before we let you go on the City Guide?
Just want to thank, my team for their efforts. This is one of our bigger issues that we put out over the course of any given year. So it is a labor of love, and maybe emphasis on the labor part. They worked really hard to put this together for our community and our readers. So just an amazing team of creatives and of salespeople who work to make independent local work like this possible. And I just am so grateful for all of them, and to y'all for giving us the chance to spotlight it.
Absolutely. All right. Anna Traverse Vogel, we appreciate you, editor of Memphis Magazine, CEO of Contemporary Media. Thanks so very much for joining us. All right, let's switch gears here and talk about Friday and the latest edition of La Prensa Latina. Boy, look at that. What a beautiful cover that is. It is on newsstands right now. It's the largest bilingual newspaper in Memphis, and that is one of the local artists that's featured at the Dixon. Let's talk more about this with our friend Vivian Fernandez de Adamson of La Prensa Latina. She is joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Vivian, good morning to you. How are you?
Hi, good morning, Andrew. How are you?
Doing well. I love that cover there. Tell us more about our local artists at the Dixon.
Yes, thank you, Andrew. Well, yeah, this is Rafael Figueroa, who also works with us here at La Prensa Latina, and he's a very talented artist. So he will be presenting 3 Katrinas this year, made of paper mache. They will be at the Dixon, 2 of them at the Dixon and 1 at the Brooks Museum. But the ones at the Dixon will be there from September 12th until January 7th. Of next year, excuse me. And the exhibition is entitled Las Katrinas, Tradition, Humor, and Culture. So in addition of highlighting an important part of the Latin culture, this exhibit is coming just in time because Hispanic Heritage Month is just around the corner, and also the Day of the Dead. And also, it'll be representing Rafael's talent, you know, and how he proudly represents his Mexican roots and traditions, right? So, like I said, there will be 3 Katrinas this year, and they will be displayed in the vestibules of the Education Building at the Dixon Gallery and Gardens, and the other one at the Memphis Brooks Museum, like I said before. The one at the Memphis Brooks Museum will be from October 15th to November 15th. And also, I just wanted to highlight that one of the Katrinas carries almost 100 monarch butterflies. This is like part of the piece's own symbology, so it is very interesting. And it's just beautiful how, you know, he creates this figures, this iconic figure, you know, from the Day of the Dead, which is a very important tradition in Mexico and Latin America as a whole. So the materials that he used for the Katrinas include newspaper, bond paper, corrugated cardboard, paste, white glue, silicone, vinyl paint, and other plastic and metal accessories as well. So it is very interesting, and I invite the whole community to go and see these beautiful creations by Rafael.
That's wonderful. I mean, that's something that we can all just enjoy at the Dixon. Dixon Gallery is such a beautiful place, too, and I love seeing that. And, you know, you mentioned Hispanic Heritage Month next month. And there is something that at Stax Museum where they're kicking off Hispanic Heritage Month. Tell me more.
Right. Yes, they will kick off Hispanic Heritage Month with a very cool band. Their name is the Chicano Soul Music Band, the Sinceres. This is going to be on September 7th and September 8th. So the first part will take place at the Stax Museum on Thursday, September 7th from 6 to 8. It'll be a conversation with the band about their music. You know, they're going to be discussing their musical influences, their favorite classic records, and how their music fits into the larger modern soul and R&B ecosystem. Later in the evening, they will be at the Central Station Hotel for a special vinyl-only DJ set in Nate and the Stand, which is the bar, you know, the bar in the lobby. And this is starting at 9 p.m. The third part of the event will be a concert with the Sinceres at the Levy Shell, Overton Park Shell. I'm so used to call it the Levy Shell. I'm so sorry. So this is the Overton Park Shell, and it's going to be on Friday September 8th at 7 p.m. This event is totally free.
That's the best part right there, Vivian. Sounds amazing. Okay, so moving on, I see that the Mexican consulate got some archaeological pieces in Memphis. Tell me more about that. That's really interesting.
It is, yes, thank you. Well, Ambassador Carlos Ignacio Giral Gabrales, who is a consul of Mexico in Little Rock, he received from the CBP agents a collection of 281 archaeological pieces that had been sized during 4 different events when in transit through Memphis. The recovery of these artifacts is more than a simple legal act. It is a significant gesture of respect towards the history and identity of Mexico. And they represent like probably over 3,000 years, and of knowledge and beliefs that are essential for the culture in Mexico and for their society as well. So it is, a historic event, actually.
It sounds like it. I mean, it looks amazing. I love that. And to have that in Memphis, that's quite a treat. You can find these stories and much more on the cover of and the pages of La Prensa Latina on newsstands now. You can also go to laprensalatina.com. Before we let you go, Vivian, anything else you want to mention?
No, just have a great weekend. Thank you very much.
Okay, that does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We have Action News 5 Midday coming up at the top of the hour. It's with Sydney Gray and meteorologist Spencer Denton. They're going to be giving you the highlights of today with regards to not only the forecast heating up this weekend, but also Sydney Gray is going to give you the top headlines this hour of the news, including a live report from Cindy Hawkins outside the Shelby County Courthouse. The 5 former Memphis police officers charged with murdering Tyree Nichols. Their attorneys were in court today. They weren't in court, but their attorneys were. We're going to have just kind of a rundown of what was said in court today and when those attorneys could be in court. That's coming up on Action News 5 at midday. Have yourself a wonderful weekend. We'll see you then. See you on Monday.